Momentum, one of sport's most overused words. But just because it's cliched doesn't make it untrue. The golf giants are definitely trending in the wrong direction. 3 straight defeats for James Vince's men, and mistakes are now magnified and the doubts starting to creep in. Will Gabaz and Nissanka ever click together? When will the skipper himself come good? And what about those finishing woes? After 2 consecutive setbacks, the Dubai Capitals were also in danger of allowing losing to become a habit. But under the Ring of Fire's Friday Night Lights, they turned those frowns upside down in the most emphatic fashion. A double dose of Afghan power with the bat, followed by a comprehensive bowling display, was more than enough to secure 2 points against the Sharjah Warriors, as well as boost their net run rate. Can they kick on today, or will the Giants stem the tide and get back to winning ways?
Another day, another cracker of a game. This time it's the Golf Giants taking on the Dubai Capitals for match 23 of DP World ILT20. Let's take a look at the points table. Now, Desert Vipers still remain the only team with a Q next to their name, and after last night's comprehensive win against the Warriors, they've cemented a spot in Qualifier 1. The other 5 teams, they all stand a chance to meet them in Qualifier 1. Welcome everyone to match 23. It's the Capitals taking on the Giants. Let's head to Simon Dool, who's standing by with the 2 captains in the middle for the toss.
All set to go for match number 23 here in Abu Dhabi. Pritesh Tukaria is our toss representative. Simon Taufel's alongside him, Ahmed Nabi, and James Vince is here. You're going to pass the coin along. James, nice flick, and maybe Nabi, a nice call.
Capitals have called ahead, and it's ahead.
It is ahead.
We'll bowl first.
Nabi, come on in. You're going to have a bowl first. Tell me why.
Yeah, it's looks fresh pitch as well, and also it's maybe it's a good pitch for the batting as well, but we have to want to chase here.
You've lost a couple of your Sri Lankans. They've gone back home. That's why you're here, so Darson's not captaining. What are you looking forward to? What have you talked about since that win in the last game?
Yeah, it's quite good to win as a team and give us more confidence in the tournament, yeah, and more in the tournament. The environment was really good in the team, and hopefully we do well in the today game as well.
Day games, do they make any difference, bowling and batting? And we saw a day game win batting first yesterday.
Wasn't that much change there as a batting group, and yeah, it'll be the same pitch here for the both in
changes.
Yeah.
Who comes in for Darson, and are there any other changes?
I think it's the same team, and maybe Jimmy is in here.
Jimmy's in?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck, eh? Go well.
Yeah, thank you.
James, I just mentioned the side batting first yesterday, batted well enough to win. Does it bother you too much in an afternoon game?
Not really, although it does feel a tiny bit tacky. Obviously, the change of venue, perhaps it was ready a touch late, but yeah, runs on the board in a day game. Hopefully we can defend them later on.
3 losses in a row. What's going on?
I think we've played good crickets within the games, but not done it for long enough periods of time. You know, like last game, got off to a really good start with the bat and sort of faded a bit at the end and got ourselves back in it nicely with the ball. So it's just about when we're on top, trying to keep that momentum for longer and gain control of the game that way. All right, and you've lost Nissanka at the top of the order. What other changes have you got? Did you bring your bit of paper out? Because I understand there's a few. Carl Mayers comes in and Mark Adair, and I'll shift up to the top. Okay, so 3 changes in your side. All right, go well. Good luck out there. I'm going to say congratulations later on, actually. The Capitals have won the toss here in Abu Dhabi this afternoon. They're going to bowl first. Right,
Time for a pitch report. We've got a change of scenery today. No Mike Hazeman, which is a bit of a shame actually. He's the pitch doctor, but I'm going to hand it over to Darren Ganga because he's just as knowledgeable about what's going to see this afternoon. Darren, over to you.
Well, first up, I'm enjoying this sunshine, and again, it's another captain winning the toss here in Abu Dhabi and opting to bowl. In 7 previous matches, teams batting first have won 5 times, so that's a little bit strange. I'm still trying to understand why teams are choosing to bowl first and not bat first at this venue, given the success. Now, it's pitch number 7, and that did impact the dimensions because the variance is 3 meters square, and down the ground it's 77. What we have seen as well from this surface and this venue is that dominance by the seamers, about 67% of the wickets going in their favour as against spinners. And alongside me, Waka Yunus is here, and he can tell us why. Why are seamers thriving in these conditions? And tell me about this pitch.
Look, it's always been like this. I mean, Abu Dhabi always offers a little bit more seam, a movement, and that's purely because of the grass on the surface. So this is an afternoon game, so I feel that the faster bowlers might struggle a little bit. Maybe new ball might do a touch, but it's the middle phase when the spinners come on and the scores have been controlled by them. I thought the spinners have done extremely well on these pitches, and if you closely look at the surface, it looks very, very nice. The grass is quite quite flat, and there are few cracks. There is one here, and then mainly cracks are inside that area where you don't see the ball landing. Some yokel length you can call it. But this area, there are few cracks, but overall it seems a very, very good surface. And I think 180 on the board will be the runs they should be looking at.
Important points. Also, the flags are very limp. So very little wind today. Golf Giants under the pump a bit with 3 losses in the last 3 games. They'll want to rediscover their personality.
Welcome everyone to match 23. I've got Ruji and Ro beside me. The sunshine's back. I hope you're wearing your sunscreen.
Oh, of course, 100%, but it's lovely. Like Darren said, the first thing he touched on was the sun is out and it's not spoiling our hair. I mean, Ro doesn't have to worry about that, but we definitely do.
Well, don't say that. I just got a new crop like a couple of years ago.
Loving the blow dry, loving it.
Beautiful. It's flowing in the no wind down here today. Now, I want to start with Golf Giants with you, Ruji. Now, they're 3 losses on the trot, but they've got 3 changes here today. And the apple of their eye, Nisanka, he's out. So is all of the Sri Lankans. They've gone back home.
Yeah, it is how these NOCs work. This is how franchise cricket works. It is always in the stipulation that the national duty comes along, those players will have to fly home. So the problem is he's right up there with the leaderboard. Now, Gurbaz, on the other hand, scored big runs in that previous game, and but we know how brutal he can be with the bat. Captain will have to step in. Kyle Mayers comes in, and I like him batting in that top 4 because of the firepower he has. Middle order as well. You look at Moin Ali and Azmatullah Omarzai, both can bat. And then you have that bowling with Tabriz Shamsi coming in. He weaved his magic a few days ago with his left arm wrist spin. Mark Adair comes in, and I'll be interested to see how Ayan Afzal Khan goes in. Wins touched on one thing. We just haven't done the good things for long enough. And that's why they see themselves 3 losses on the bounce.
Now, Ro, Dubai Capitals, they've lost their skipper. He's also out.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, just one change, simple, like for like. Skipper's gone out, Dashan Shanaka's gone out, Jimmy Neesham's come in. Otherwise, it's a really well-settled team lineup. Shayan Jahangir has been really impressive at the top. Sadiqullah Atal's done well. Duploy, Jordan Cox bringing in that aggressive attacking flavour to the team. Then the all-round abilities of Nabi, David Willey, Javadullah has been impressive. Waqar Salam Kher has been a match winner, as has Mustafizur Rahman. I've got to say, I just hope Ruji doesn't have any sour grapes with me here, because I got a team with just 1 change, while she got 5 changes to talk about. So,
yeah, no sour grapes here, absolutely not. Now, we want to chat to Ramanullah Gurbaz, and even though he's chosen a different career path to his dad, he's still super proud. Let's hear from him now.
आपके वालिद साहब चाहते थे आप डॉक्टर बने, ये सही है?
मेरा वालिद साहब जो है वो he was principal of the schools. He's an educated person. He worked for my country for last 46 years. But in my blood was only sports, all the time cricket. So it was completely against each other. But grateful for their help also, that once they know that I'm into cricket.
कीपर कैसे बने आप?
MS धोनी वजह से जब MS धोनी keeping कर रहा था, he was very calm. I was a goalkeeper, you guys know that. I was playing football before cricket. So जब मैंने cricket शुरू किया, straight away I went to keep. Because MS धोनी वजह से I can say that he's my ideal all the time. And he's one of my favorite player in the world.
A half century for Gurbaz.
Just want to score big to win the matches for my team. But unfortunately, I can say a little bit out of score. I mean, big score. Yeah, I gave a good start to team, but it doesn't, things go in my way at the moment. But hopefully, it just come in my way in the future game. Future plans, देखो लाइफ में जो इंसान प्लान बना रहा है वो कभी कंप्लीट होता है, कभी नहीं होता है. मेरा फ्यूचर प्लान ये है कि जितना मैं अच्छा कर सकता हूँ, जितना मैं अच्छा कंट्री और लोगों के लिए कर सकता हूँ, नॉट ओनली माय कंट्री, लोगों के लिए जितने इंसान है. My big aim is also with the cricket. I opened my foundation as well, and to help people, which was my dream and my father's dream as well. I hope I complete this job with my cricket as well, and I think looking forward for that as well, and yeah, hopefully.
Well, aren't we glad he stuck with cricket, Mr. Gurbaz himself. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more analysis after this. Welcome back, everyone. Before the match begins, here's your chance to be part of the action. VZ Smart TV presents Jalwal Dikal in Pow contest. Show your energy, show your passion, and show your Jalwa. Participate now and win exciting prizes only with VZ Smart TV. A smart TV that has it all. So come on, everyone. Jalwal Dikal in Pow. Rightio, the Dubai Capitals have won the toss here today and they've decided to bowl first, and the man that made that decision was Mohammad Nabi. Let's see how good his Hindi is.
अब वो टफिंग हिंदी बोलते हो यार किधर समझ आती है गेस के बस तुक्का लगा दिया
What is a हरफन मौला?
हरफन मौला हर चीज़ में मास्टर बैटिंग भी करता हो बॉलिंग भी करता हो फील्डिंग भी करता हो कीपिंग हो हरफन का मौला होता है वो प्लेयर
आपने बिल्कुल सही जवाब दिया सिंपल वर्ड में ऑलराउंडर What is क्षेत्र रक्षण? मतलब
हिंदी का समझ नहीं आया
कैप्टन कोई एक ऐसी चीज है जो कि ग्राउंड पे होती है
तो ग्राउंड पे बहुत चीजें होती है बॉलिंग भी होती है बैटिंग भी होती है फील्डिंग भी कीपिंग भी होती है फील्डिंग
व्हाट इज पग बाधा करार
अब वो टफिंग हिंदी बोलते हो यार किधर समझ आती है क्या बोला फिर बोल
पग बाधा करार
लाइक बिफोर
वेल डन
गेस किया बस तुक्का लगा दिया
एंड द लास्ट क्वेश्चन आर यू अ बल्लेबाज और अ गेंदबाज
बल्लेबाज
यू आर अ हरफन मौला
ऑलराउंडर अल्लाह हाफिज फ्रॉम हरफन मौला नबी
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I've got two Herfamolas beside me. How good's my Hindi?
Very good.
Very nice. Now, Mohammad Nabi is obviously coming in as skipper today. What's your thoughts on him and how he's been playing this tournament?
I think he adds great value in terms of his experience now under the captaincy lid, so he'll have to marshal his troops obviously with the regular skipper now missing out, but he brings so much with bat in that middle order, has the ability to finish games off with his firepower in his big hitting as well, but more importantly on his bowling. He's a wicket taker in that middle phase, bowls with a really good arm action in terms of the control of the length, not a really big turnover of the ball, but if you look at all his deliveries over the span of his career, coming off a 3-wicket spell as well, he has got that immaculate ability to land it in line with the stumps, just out of that length, and he's quicker through the air, does obviously flight the ball every now and then. But I think now with captaincy duties as well, his role becomes doubly important in order to get that number 2 spot with the joint points with My Emirates is up for grabs depending on run rate, but that's a good position to be in, so a lot riding on Nabi's shoulders tonight.
Do you think he'll take that captaincy role well, Ro?
I think he will. I think just the fact that he's got so much experience over the years playing not just this format of the game, but in different conditions. As we know, in this tournament itself, the DP World ILT20, we've got 3 different pitches. Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, and 3 very different conditions. So he brings that experience, the knowledge of these 3 different venues into his captaincy. Plus, when you're a Harfan Mola, when you're an all-rounder, you know as a batter what you've got to do. So you set when you're fielding and you're captaining, you set fields accordingly. You're thinking like a batter. You're thinking, okay, listen, I think this batsman's going to try and play this shot, so I'm going to set a field accordingly. And when you're bowling, you know what a batter's going to try and do, so you bring that knowledge into play. Again, he's just a wonderful talent. The fact that we spoke about Kyron Pollard and his enthusiasm for the game, pretty much the same can be said about Mohammad Nabi, because again, a wonderful ambassador for the game.
Yeah, with Mohammad Nabi, he wants to play international cricket for Afghanistan with his son. So that is his motivation.
Wouldn't that
to keep
be special?
Well, the president is staying young. Let's keep it that way.
Channeling the young energy, we like it. Now, Waqar Salamkheil, he's currently the white belt holder. What is his job here today? I mean, he's been doing sensationally with the ball.
Yeah, every time they found themselves in trouble, he's dug them out of the hole. A left arm wrist spin is a newer, modern trait, and he is definitely right up there. I've spoken about this a lot of times about the plethora of Afghanistan and their spinners and the quality. I think he's right up there. He adds that value because of being a left arm wrist spinner. They come in very little commodities, but he's got the wrong one from there. He's got the ability to again flight the ball and he's a prime wicket taker. He's never looking. He's like Rashid Khan. People are slightly skeptical to him because of the way that they can't really pick him out of the hand, and because he's quicker through the air. If you can't pick him out of the hand, you're really trying to save yourself, clip him for ones and twos, and because he's always looking for your wickets. Because now with modern day T20 cricket, you can't really play someone's 4 overs out. You still have to go at them. Waqar Younis at the pitch report said it looks a good batting surface. Remember the first day game here yesterday got 187. Waqar said a similar figure. So Waqar Salam Khel in his bowling will definitely become important to keep Gulf Giants around the 160, 165 mark, which the Capitals will like.
Well, look, I think he's again one of those cricketers who from Afghanistan, playing at a time when there are lots of Afghanistan spinners, so it can be a tad bit unlucky that he's not getting as many opportunities at the national level. It was like the 70s in Indian cricket. If you're a spinner, it was very tough because you had the famous quartet. So a couple of fabulous spinners missed out on playing international cricket. But having said that, Waqar Salam Khel, he's only 24 years old, so he's got plenty of time ahead of him. And with the way he's bowling, with the way he's impressing one and all, I'm pretty sure we'll probably see a lot more of him at the international level as well.
Staying on the theme of Afghanistani players, we've obviously got Ramanullah Gurbaz, who's in the Giants side. He didn't start great in the tournament, but hasn't he just started teeing off now?
Yeah, I think he's fantastic. I mean, see, Christmas has to come early. Christmas, Halloween, go pumpkin shopping, go Christmas shopping, whatever it is, the runs have to come thick and fast. He's got so much flair about him. He angles all across. He's not afraid to dance down the track, but more importantly, use the crease laterally. Now, this is a good surface, a good scoring venue. Now that Nissanka is missing, the captain will have to give him support at the other end. They've got firepower through the middle, but Gurbaz is always one of the shining lights, and he will have to get runs.
Absolutely he will. Now, all the teams, they're in a really good position. They're also even playing fields in terms of who's going to qualify in that top 4. We know the Vipers have got that spot, and after last night, we saw that the Vipers, they've cemented a spot in the top 2 slot. Yeah. So it's kind of even playing field for the rest of the teams to jump on board.
Well, look, I think obviously my Emirates with their win yesterday have done well. The rest have all got a chance to come to the top 4 and qualify.
Alrighty, there you have it. Well, it's the Capitals taking on the Giants here in Abu Dhabi today. The sun's shining, the stage is set, and we cannot wait for game to play on here today for match 23.
for the Dubai Capitals.
That is high class.
Races along the turf. DP World ILT20.
Match number 23 from the Zayed Cricket Stadium in Abu Dhabi in this season's DP World ILT20. Sees the Gulf Giants up against the Dubai Capitals. Shifted from the Sharjah International Stadium down to the Zayed Stadium here in Abu Dhabi. Vipers, well, they've been the team of the tournament so far, losing just the one. My Emirates sit in second, and these two sides with an opportunity, let's say the Capitals to jump to second with their net run rate, and the Gulf Giants to get to third. A short time ago, it was a new skipper for the Dubai Capitals in Mohammad Nabi, who won the toss and elected to field first. It'll be the Gulf Giants having to set a target. 5 changes. James Vince told me 3. He couldn't remember half of them. In Haider Razak, Mark Adair, Kyle Mayers, Tabraiz Shamsi and Lorcan Tucker come into that side. They've lost the big name at the top in Patum Nasanka. So over to you, Gurbaz, Vince, Tucker, Myers and Moeen Ali to get some runs for the Gulf Giants. You would imagine that Chris Wood will come in from a bowling point of view. And for the Capitals, Mohammad Nabi and Jimmy Neesham are in, Shanaka and Rodman Powell out. When it comes their time to bat, you think Rodman Powell will probably come back in. Jahangir at the top with Siddiqullah Atal, loose deploy. Jordan Cox, Mohammad Nabi, but it'll be all about the Fizz, Salam Kheel, Haider Ali, Jabadullah and David Willey to get things going with the ball for the Capitals. The DP World, a smart truck, delivering the match ball to our umpires for this afternoon's contest. Shiju Manal and Ghazi Sohail. Ghazi Sohail left of screen, Shiju Manal on the right. Paul Wilson will be our television match official. We'll be hearing from him throughout the afternoon. Super Sunday, doubleheader day. Before we head back up to the Dubai International Stadium for match number 24 later on this evening. And in glorious sunshine after a couple of coolish days here in the Middle East. We'll welcome some sunshine, some fine weather, about 26, 27 degrees. Lovely conditions for cricket and an afternoon contest. Saw it yesterday, Rohan Gavaskar in alongside. Team batting first, put a good score on the board in an afternoon game. No sign of dew. We're all done by 5:30, 6 o'clock. I don't mind this, Ro. Not sure about you.
Oh, and you've been saying this from the start of the tournament. At this venue, it does not matter if you bat first or bowl first. If you bat first and put a good score, the scoreboard pressure, and it might even be an advantage. But you're right, just fabulous weather for cricket as well. The gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Just lovely conditions.
Cooler weather of the last couple of days after the rainfall here in the Middle East is just gone. Obviously no bat superstitions for Ramanullah Gurbaz, just passing it over, letting someone else try it. James Vince alongside him, out in the middle, vastly experienced around the world. DP World ILT20 career there on the board, up against another man. Large amount of experience around the world, and particularly in this tournament as well. David Willey, left arm swing and seam, in the late 120s nowadays. Willey, a very skillful bowler. He's opting to go, I'm thinking, Rohan, slightly downwind. Is that breeze still blowing towards the sandy desert where I want to put my driving range?
Hoping you're going to make me a member there, Dooley, but it's a very gentle breeze. I don't, as you can see, just not, the flag's not really fluttering, it's just a gentle breeze. I don't think it would make that much of a difference.
DP World countdown done, ready for action. It's Gurbaz on strike to Willey with a slip in place. As captain said, the surface just felt a little tacky. at the toss, so it's Nabi wanting to bowl first. I wonder if they'll try, you know what they say, Rowan, it's tacky and a little bit holding spin early on as well. So I wonder whether Nabi opts to go first as up front.
Yeah, it's always a good option. I mean, a lot of people think if it's tacky, even if it's slightly damp, you've got to go with the medium pace or the quick bowlers. I actually think the spinners can exploit a lot of purchase from a slightly tacky wicket early on. A little bit of moisture in the surface.
Aerial, but innings underway. The Dubai Capitals have got, with the two right-handers at the crease, maybe not Nabi, but someone like Haider Ali with an early over or two.
Yeah, and he's been in great bowling form, so his confidence will be high. And he wouldn't mind bowling in the power play. You've also got Waqar Salamkheil, but him I'd rather you keep after the power play because he's so effective in that phase.
Pull, and it's just gets it wide of Sadiqullah Atal at mid-off to get his innings underway. Still got a slip in place for Gurbaz, but short third now and a deep backward point, so the regulation thirds moved a lot wider. You just see far left of your screen there, pulsating. Down the wicket, down the ground, with that slight breeze and all the way over the dugout. DP World dispatch of the day, an early contender. Precision and timing from Gurbaz.
Great use of the feet. Just dancing down the track, getting to the pitch of the ball and then the big swing. Again, just such a confident shot this. We know Gurbaz is a confidence player. He's just, when he's on top of his game, so destructive.
Yeah, a big loss for the Gulf Giants. Pathum Nissanka slightly closer to one side of the ground, so bigger hit leg side for the right-handers. Goes again, and same result. A little bit straighter, but a very similar distance. Back to back for Gurbaz.
Yeah, I think what's happened over here is that Gurbaz has seen that Willie's pace in this over has been sub 130, about the 125 mark, and he said, you know what, I'm not going to give the ball a chance to swing and seam. I'm going to dance down the track and put some pressure on Willie.
Good short ball to finish the over, but it'll be 14 from it without loss. Reminder of those sides lining up today. Gulf Giants have brought in Haider Razak, Mark Adair, Kyle Mayers, Tabraiz Shamsi and Lorcan Tucker to their side, with Nabi and Jimmy Neesham. Nabi captaining in the absence of Dasun Shanaka. Mustafizur Rahman. 7 matches, 11 wickets for him in his DP World ILT20 career. Just a little hand on that. Is that Neesham, I think? He's got a little left fingertip. Go away for a couple. Gulf Giants have been the best side from a run rate point of view in the power play. And that's been courtesy of either Pathum Nissanka or Gurbaz. That I think only one game they've got going together, but in every game it's either been one or the other. They have lost 12 wickets, though, in the power play, which is up there, 15 the most. My Emirates have lost the least with just 7, and they're going at 9 and over on average through the tournament in the power play. Pace off.
Good delivery, just an off cut, and he got it really full. So Wince couldn't react off the pitch. Good bowling.
Past Salam Kheel at short third and away down to the boundary for 4. It's a big ticket for number 499. A big, dream bigger. It is 499 in the tournament.
Good placement there from Wince. It's been a good start to the power play. 9 deliveries done, 20 on the board.
So all the Sri Lankan players have been called back to Sri Lanka by the board, and this is what the Giants are missing. Pathum Nissanka, 308 runs. The green belt, 308 points, sorry, 243 runs. Get extra points for boundaries, 50s, 4s and 6s. It sits at the top, but plenty of opportunity to catch him up. Now he's gone. Magnificent belts. 17, 18 kilos. Highly sought after. Baz's first look at Mustafizur. Interesting that he's already gone to a couple of slow balls with the new ball. He's probably understanding the nature of the surface a little bit.
Yeah, just keep them guessing, mix it up. Again, the Fizz with so much experience. Gurbaz though doing really well in that first over, using his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, and 2 massive 6s.
Pulls this one, and far enough as well. He gets plenty on it. Up onto Shark Bank. 6 more, his third. 27 without loss after 2. Plenty to play for in that points table. You think about where My Emirates sit on 8 points at the moment. Now, their last 3 games are against the Vipers, the Capitals and the Giants. So they play the 3 teams in the top 4 alongside them at the moment, My Emirates. Starting to come right, though. They're looking like a side that's got a bit more confidence. Straight to him. Oh, couldn't get it in the hands. Siddiqullah Atal.
Here's that 6 again. Excellent pull shot. There was a fielder in the deep, but he said, you know what? I'm going to back myself here. Back my ability. And into the grass banks.
Finds the gap along the ground this time. That is number 500 of the tournament. Big ticket fours. Play big, dream bigger. 500 up.
I'll tell you what, Dooley, it's only been 8 deliveries that Gurbaz has faced, but he's looked in sublime touch. Timing of the ball, foot movement, maneuvering the field. He's looked in control over there.
Jordan Cox been positioned back at long on now. Well, 2.3 overs. We are in the 1x bat power play. And win the power play, you go a long way towards putting a good total on the board when you are batting first. And Gurbaz doing exactly that at the moment. Shining in the 1x bat power play. Oh, Vince this time, top of the bounce. That is James Vince at his best.
Yeah, and this is what we've come to expect from James Vince over the years. I'll tell you what, we've seen some sixes already in this innings. 3 sixes, 3 fours. Well, I'm going to stick my neck out and say this is probably the best of the lot.
They've pinched one. Direct hit, but I think Vince was okay. Paul Wilson's got the smart replay system next door, so he'll have a quick check of that. And he's decided already. This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, the smart replay system. Just having a chat to Paul Wilson prior to the play, he's just said it's so good for the game.
Yeah, it just saves so much time. Even for the players out there, you know, waiting around, you're back on your top of your mark, ready to bowl, batters ready, get the game going. There's a nice flow to the game.
Also good to have high quality umpires in charge as well. Paul Wilson and Leslie Reefer doing the job throughout the tournament. They know the system so well now. Nabi with the fielding on that occasion. And no chance for a little overthrow, but a brilliant first 3 overs for the Giants, 39 without loss. Lorcan Tucker with an opportunity, the Irish international. Oh, Mayers, and then Moeen Ali, Omar Azai, Ayan Afzal Khan. We're going to see some early opportunity for spin. Haider Ali. Straight up, might have success as well. First ball for the spinner. Mustafizur Rahman with the catch, and Haider Ali, oh, he's on one. Early doors. Settle down, son.
It just seems that there's no love lost between the two of them over there. Going by the shot that Gurbaz played. Just wanted to smack it out of Abu Dhabi. Good catch by the Fizz. Eyes on the ball. Hands in the right place. And then the celebration. Oh, big one. Big one. And then the look. It's all happening out there. Gurbaz goes for 25. It's 39 for 1.
Moeen Ali, new man at the crease, so a little change. Left arm spinner on, so we'll send the left-hander out. A little bit ambitious from Gurbaz first up.
Only because, and we've mentioned this on air, that the wicket's a little tacky. So you have a look, you've gotten off to a great start, 39 after 3 overs. Just think a little, like you said, a little ambitious at the start of the over.
That has been slapped up onto the bank by Moeen Ali. That's why they sent the lefty out.
And for this reason, to go with the turn. Hyder Ali's an orthodox left-arm spinner, so unless he bowls the arm ball, which is slightly quicker, slightly straighter, Moeen Ali will take advantage of the fact that he's hitting with the turn. Goes into the natural arc, natural swing of an aggressive shot.
And if he gets too wide of off, he'll carve him over that way as well. It's quicker, and in at the pads. Vince wants 2, I don't think it's on. Not to Jordan Cox. Go for Hyder Ali in his first over. Power play, even with the loss of Gurbaz. It's good, nice and quick. Vince just wants someone to move a little bit down the far end of the ground. A little further left, please, sir. Nicely flighted, the last one. Good start for Hyder Ali, 7 from the over, 46 for 1.
Rollicking start for the Giants. 46 for 1. Just a loss of Gurbaz. Gurbaz scored 25 from 11. Will fire crack off a start to the innings. So we saw a spin from Hyder Ali. Now Mohammad Nabi. Waka Yunus alongside me. Waka, we were there doing the pitch report. You spoke about spin and the fact that it has suffocated batters in the past this season at this venue.
Yeah, and straight away Hyder picking up a wicket. You got to bowl a little slower to get some purchase. You bowl quicker, and we've seen Moeen Ali hitting 6 of Hyder's, I think, second ball he's faced. So it's just a matter of how well you control the speed when you're bowling as a spinner. Even if it's not turning, you just got to really play with your variation, a little slow sometime, the odd quicker. Let the batter sort of think harder. Yeah, this is slower one. In the air and taken. That is some bowling. That is superb bowling. Really played with the mind of Moeen, bowled slower, quicker and then slower. Big wicket.
Dear, oh dear, Moeen Ali. Horror continues with the bat in DP World ILT20. Only once he's gone past 30. Departs straight away after a brief stay out in the middle. He's gone for 7, 46 for 2. Lachlan Tucker, one of the new additions in this Gulf Giants side. Of course, having seen major part of 4 overs, you'd know exactly what's required in this situation. You know, the average score here is about 163, 164. You'll be thinking maybe 180 batting first, Gulf Giants.
Yeah, it's an afternoon game, so you probably want maybe another 10-15 runs. What a smart captaincy by Nabi when he saw Gurbaz, the way he was batting to 2 right-handers at the crease, and he bringing Haider in early in the game in the power play, and then as Moeen came, hit a 6, and straight away Nabi thought, no, it's not the Pacers, it's the time for his ball to go away from Moeen. Just an off spinner, and you cannot ask for a better off spinner. Nabi, so much experience at this level in T20 cricket.
Great spot, Waka, because not only did he recognize that was a positive matchup when Moeen Ali was facing Haider Ali, he tried to counter it with him turning the ball away from the left-hander, and even his individual strength. Before that wicket, from his 7 wickets achieved so far, 6 were lefties. That Moeen Ali, that's 7 lefties to him as a right-arm off-spinner. Brilliant change, as you mentioned. Just 2 and a wicket, 48 for 2. It's always a chess game in T20 cricket, with all the data available to teams, to players. Most of the times they're thinking matchups. How could I counter the opposition with a certain bowler? Maybe a certain batter, as the case may be.
Gulf Giants were going so nicely, so smoothly. They were 39 when they lost their first wicket in the shape of Gurbaz, and then Moeen Ali didn't really participated much. Last over of the power play. Haider is becoming better and better with time, isn't it? He's becoming a permanent feature of this side. Bowls with a lot of control.
Well, he's been part of the group of spinners for DC that has produced the best economy in the tournament, an economy of 6.9 now, with a collective effort of 28 wickets. And here are your commentators' predictions.
Look, I always follow you. Always.
Is that a bit of redemption?
You know what you did to me the other day? After that, I thought I have to really keep a very close eye on you and read who you are sort of supporting and then give my verdict.
Well, if your viewers are wondering what Waqar Younis is speaking about, he did say in a post-show that I misrepresented, meaning I gave a pitch report and I said certain things which swayed him into going in a particular direction with one team, and then I went behind his back and changed my initial thought.
Which you did, didn't you?
Not true. There is another one. We've been talking about the strength of the spin from this Capitals team. There's evidence of that, and Haider Ali strikes twice.
Wow, what a delivery. He bowled slowly to Gurbaz to pick up his wicket. This one, a lot quicker, a lot straighter ball coming in with the arm. And totally misread the length by Tucker. Looking to cut. The new addition didn't work. He's gone for one, is 49 for 3.
Well, the outlook of this innings for Gulf Giants has changed so quickly. They were 39 without loss, now 49 for 3. That 39 coming in the first 3 overs. We're just in the 6th at the moment.
Well, these two, Umarzai and Vince, got to steady the ship. They are all over the place at this stage. They had a good start, now they're losing wickets. Maybe just play smartly. Don't have to take too much risk. Just look to rotate the strike rather than just going for big shots. Because you lose one more wicket here, it'll be a huge problem.
That's found the gap. Will bring up the 50 for the Gulf Giants. Will open the account for Umarzai. End of the power play, 53 for 3. Great positive for the Giants in this phase of the innings is, of course, that scoring rate, 8.8. So despite losing 3 wickets, they've kept themselves ahead with the number of runs scored.
Yeah, you're right, Darren. The scoring rate is good, but it's just the next column where there's 3 written. That's the problem. They've lost 3 wickets in no time. And when you lose 3 wickets or 2 or 3 wickets in cluster, there's pressure. See, they saw him moving away, ball quicker and ball coming in with the arm. The seam position was beautiful. And the length wasn't there to be cut. And when you're cutting from the stumps, you've got to really keep a close eye on the ball. And he was just falling away when he was looking to cut.
Here's a champion spinner, left arm wrist spinner, Waqar Salam Keel, leading wicket taker in this season's DP World ILT20. He's always amongst the wickets. That's because of his skill, his method to bowling and bowling in his spells. Talking about that method, bowls close to 50% of his deliveries being the wrong one, going across the righties.
It's the length he bowls and the angle he comes from, the left arm angle, and then if you've got a really good googly, you're always in the game. A bit more flight. Will be only one. The power play started with the batters in control, but not for too long. There were 3 sixes hit in the first 2.1 over, and then they lost. Gurbaz first on a very nice loopy slow delivery. Moin came in, hit a 6, and then he crashed one into the hands of the fielder, and then Tucker. Not good. That's what they need to do. They need to just keep pushing for singles for a bit.
15 wickets to Waqar Salamkheil. He's a real trump card for the Capitals, especially in this middle phase of the innings. He rarely concedes boundaries. He likes the pressure situations as well. That tells you about the attitude that he has as a bowler.
Yeah, against Sharjah, he picked up 3 for 20, and he was there and about. This was hit hard straight to the man at mid-wicket. And how good was that delivery? Had no clue which way the ball was going to swing. This was a lot closer. That is smart bowling. Don't think that he was just a batter who played a bad shot. He was just a bowler who actually tricked him by bowling full up. Very nice. 56 for 3 after 7.
White belt points table. Waqar Salamkheil at the top. Of course, that's not only a representation of his wicket-taking ability, also represents dot deliveries that he's accumulated. 4 furs as well. Had a 4 for 29 against the Knight Riders. A couple of 3 furs too.
The only spinner in that group. And if you look at the other pacers, we'll just show you the list in a second. All the pacers in that list have got good slower ones. With Mustafizur, Khuzaima, and David Payne, the way he bowled last night. So the idea is to have those good slow deliveries, because the pitches are getting a little tired and the spinners are coming into play. So even if you're a pace bowler, if you bowl those cutters, roll your wrist on the seam, backhand deliveries. I mean, Mustafizur Rahman there, he's picked up 11. He's another one who bowls a very good slow delivery. Ajay Kumar, the left armer.
Great observation, Waqar. Still wondering why, when I played against you, you never used your slow balls.
I did. You don't remember? I remember playing in Sharjah when you got hit wicket.
That wasn't a slow ball.
You see, cricket is changed. T20 cricket, I promise you, playing nowadays, it's a tough job. I know it's short and it's a half-day job, but I tell you, you know, going through all the humiliation as a bowler when you get hits with 6 all around the ground. I don't know how these guys digest all that. I wouldn't have been able to do it.
The evolution of the game. different approaches or similar outcomes. He's done well. Hyder Ali showing great control with his lines, his lengths. That's absolutely outstanding from the left-arm spinner. Another delivery that finishes on the stumps. End of the over after 8, 61 for 3.
Our most valuable player of the tournament, the red belt, up for grabs. Sam Curran with 475 points. Omarzai not far behind. Nasanka Baz on the list as well. Wickets to fall, 39, 46, 49. They lost 3 in a hurry, so just need to rebuild a little bit here, the Giants, with Vince and Omarzai. Quiet little time of the match here, Uruj. Afternoon to you. Rebuilding phase, if there is such a thing, and time for it in a T20 contest.
Well, Gulf Giants have managed to find themselves in that space at the moment. And it's not going to be easy. Against this trio of spinners, amongst them picked up 8 wickets in the previous game they played. And I like the move of Hyder Ali coming into the power play. You were on comms when Gurbaz was going some guns. He just decided to play one, the very first one against the turn. That trio of spinners, very effective, especially the ability of all of them to bowl in different phases of the game.
The only side where their spinners are going an economy of under 7. 26 wickets they've picked up, 6.9. 3 wickets today, so that's 29 after today. Brilliant. An opportunity for you to get involved. The VZ presents Joel Dukal in Ampao contest, who won the toss in the DP World ILT20 Season 2 final. 4 options there, and there was only 2 teams, so you can narrow it down. Capitals, My Emirates, Gulf Giants, or the Vipers. T's and C's do apply. Get your answers in. Find your name read out tomorrow. 6 comfortable singles off that over. 9 have been bowled, 67 for 3. Tap of the watch, we will have a timeout. End of the timeout, 11 overs remaining for the Golf Giants to try and post a competitive total. Skipper is still there, James Vince, runner ball 23. Razai with a runner ball 10. I think around that 9 to 10 and over mark would serve them pretty well in this contest. Kyle Mayers and Ayan Afzal Khan to come. He's been brilliant. Haider Ali, 2 for 17, about to bowl his last.
The period continues with the spin in tandem. He's been really tight tonight. Always looking to target the stumps, but more importantly, their length. Everything in that good length area. Quicker through the air, animated. Had a bit to say to Ramanullah Gurbaz as he picked him up with the very first delivery of his spell. And grouping has been really good. And that is why he hasn't gone for plenty either. Just the 18, a couple of wickets, and now he'll want to close his spell out. If he can pick up one more here, it'll be massive. Why I also say that is because James Vince has a good record against the Capitals. Obviously, those are numbers in the past. The present numbers say that this season, the middle order, 4 to 7 for the Giants, hasn't scored A50 at all. The only side not to have done so. So with a slightly undercooked belly in terms of a soft, in terms of runs not being churned out in that middle. Sliding down, I reckon. He's still gonna ask. Not sure he'll be able to convince his captain though.
They're all talking sliding. I'm with you, Ruji. I thought at first look wasn't doing enough, but he's convinced him. He's convinced him. Paul Wilson, over to you, sir.
We've got an LBW review given not out on field. It's a fair delivery. Just looking at split screen now. Let's roll this through. With a gap there on the left-hand side before it goes through to the pad, so there's no bat involved. So we can go through to ball tracking when it's available, please. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching in line, impact is umpire's call, and the wickets is missing, so the review is lost. You can stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Good decision, a relatively easy one you would say, but Haider Ali was overly enthusiastic.
Almost got knocked out in the process as well. A little while earlier, when in the huddle, Jordan Cox had a few things to say as well. And now Shayan Jahangir as well. So you picked that one up on stump, Mike.
I just wonder whether the umpire signalled leg by there, did he? Yeah, now the umpire's trying to say that they need to go back to the other end, but that's not correct. It's a leg by, and they crossed. Oh, whether they crossed or not. Yeah. Making sure, which is good. Excellent work from Ghazi Sohail. Getting everything right, and we can carry on. Down the wicket, and he's climbed into that as Omarzai. A welcome boundary, 22 balls since the last one.
And taking the attack to the prime bowler this afternoon so far. A little bit of break, and he decides to shimmy down the track. Always looking to hit it straight. Gets enough on it to clear the fence.
Oh, just about down onto the stumps, but gets away with it. Good spell from Haider Ali. His day's done with the ball, 2 for 24, 75 for 3.
After being hit for that 6, it's the arm delivery that continues on with the angle. Could have very easily have been chopped on, but a great spell. Probably slightly disappointed for being hit for that 6. 24 for 2 in his 4-over spell.
David Willey is back. Push for 2, but not on.
A couple of wickets, an important one. Ramanala Gurbaz gave himself a bit of room and pointed this into the leg side. Simple take, and then another one. Lachlan Tucker did not read the one that continued on with the arm. He likes that, and he's become a mainstay in this bowling group. Difficult because when you got Waqar Salamkhail leading that chart, almost fly under the radar. Haider Ali has done the job for them on a number of occasions now, even in the power play. Along with that, the ability of bowling in the power play comes with variations of pace. His control, look at where he can get the ball to land. Quicker through the air, the one that was darted into Lachlan Tucker. And he definitely enjoyed it. I reckon he enjoyed the first one even more. And a few words to say as well to Gurbaz on his way out.
Hamid over the head of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4.
Coming into his own now, Azmatullah Omarzai. 1-6 in that previous over, and this one just clears the front leg. Mid-off up in the ring and really belts this past, up and over. Need to get a move on in the middle phase after losing 3 in the power play. 49 for 3, and now good partnership. Just picking up a little bit of pace, 31 off 29.
They're just wondering where the Giants are at and what they're thinking now with the substitute. Chris Wood has been outstanding in the last 3 games from a bowling point of view. 4 overs, 1 for 27, 4 overs, 2 for 26, 3.2 overs, 1 for 24. But they've got enough seam bowling in their mix. Haider Razak, Fred Klaasen, Omarzai himself, Kyle Mayers can bowl, Mark Adair. They've got a bit of seam bowling there. Does Liam Dawson have the pads on? Does he get ready if maybe they sub out Lachlan Tucker? They've got spin options with Moeen, Tabraiz Shamsi. They could in fact bring Dawson in from a batting point of view after Kyle Mayers, if he's ready to go or not. They've got options. But Wood's been superb. they've got 4 seam bowling options already in the batting lineup. Five actually, with Omarzai and Mayers. Is Omarzai fit to bowl? That's the issue wonder. 11 done, 83 for 3. So that's the options for the super sub bench on the right-hand side of the screen. So they've got batting covered, I suppose, with the likes of Dixon, Asif Khan. Omarzai hasn't bowled in the last 3 matches, so whether he's the one that would sit out straight away once he got out, if he gets out. But they do have a couple of options there that they can go to.
Well, just looking at the way the capital spinners are now bowling, definitely that might just trump Liam Dawson. He provides that depth in the batting order as well. And they are batting with a significant longer tail. Kyle Mayers to come in, but from Ayan Afzal Khan, yes, he can. He's not the strongest man in the park. And Qasim Razak, Adair and Shamsi, so they are batting with a relatively longer tail after Kyle Mayers. Big strike and should get the distance, does have the distance. This is really good from Omarzai. He's on the counter attack. That's now a couple of 6s to his name.
Yeah, not many get the better of Waqar Salamkheil. It's the regulation leg spinner from the left armour, and Omarzai has picked it. Saw a glimpse of Liam Dawson with the inners on, the batting inners, and the pads on, so maybe that is exactly the way they are thinking. Mayers to come in next, and then Dawson, who's just right behind there in the background, but he's got pads on. Swept hard for 4 from Vince this time. Partnership growing.
It's really smart from the batting pair. Omarzai, who likes to hit down the ground. Vince very effective on the sweep. He's bowled the wrong one, tossed it up, but it's a wrong line. It's a way far to outside the leg stump. That's a good shot, good placement as well from Vince. So the first 4 have gone for 11. And pressure on Salamkheil now. Yeah, definitely the way the surface is looking. No extravagant turn, but Liam Dawson provides that complete bowling option. Bowl you the 4 overs in that middle phase. More importantly, if it does come to the fact, you can very easily sub out. You made the point, Dooley, with them having 5 seam options. This might be another one that Chris Wood misses out.
Fumble from the bowler, but 13 valuable runs for the Giants from that over. 96 for 3.
.47 the partnership between Omarzai and Vince. Of course, they recognize the importance of both of them staying out in the middle, stitching together a partnership, and that is exactly what they have done. More runs. 50 partnership between these two, and that's a glorious stroke through the cover region.
Just starting to find his range here, Omarzai. It's the drifter, it's the arm ball looking to go across him. He's opened up beautifully and found that gap.
Well, in my previous stint, I spoke about the importance of data and using that data to good effect in your strategies. One of the things that the Capitals should know is Omarzai this season, he struggled a little bit against pace. Thus far in this innings, he's been served up with a dart of spin, and he's done very well against this style of bowler all season. And again, showing his fluency in run scoring against spin, even against as good a spinner as Salam Kale.
The strike rate and the average against spin this season so far and away above what it is against seam.
Just gave himself a little bit of room there. Maybe made the adjustment, just slowed it down a bit, flighted that delivery a little bit more.
Clever bowling. Big part of Nabi's skill is to just take the air out of the ball on the odd occasion, go from 102 first ball down to 82 that previous one.
So him coming, pull the length back once more. Nabi, such a wily customer with the ball. Gulf Giants batting themselves into a very strong position. You think of batting to come. Dawson, Carl Mayers, real stroke makers, guys who can clear the fence, get the boundaries with regularity. Did he get hold of it? Yes, he did on that occasion. Goes long and goes for 6. So 14 from the over. It's 110 for 3 now. You mentioned Liam Dawson. Of course, not in the batting 11, but he's batted up, so I suspect he'll be used as the super sub. Oh, this is a partnership that is really just changing the outlook of the innings for the Giants. They were very good in the first 3 and struggled in the next 7 overs, but now they're picking up the pace, finding the fuel and energy in the innings with the bat.
Just wonder if Omarzai is now set. The seam coming back in has been his weakness through the tournament so far.
Oh, my goodness. He makes batting look so easy, James Vince.
And he's a tall man, James Vince. Sort of sometimes you might not think that from a top order opening batter. He's a good 6'4" and change. He just gets on top of the bounce as well as anyone. Beautifully timed and placed. The off cutter from the fizz, but he was all over it.
Too short. More emotions in that delivery than anything else. Mustafa Zur.
Wonderful shot, and we know players practice this so much now. Best in the business, Heinrich Klaassen. Sitting back deep and hitting straight off the back foot. It's a shot of high quality.
In recent times, we've seen Rovman Paul as well deploy that type of approach to left arm spinners, using the depth of the crease. You need to have very quick hands to execute that type of stroke. Is that a nick? Is that a nick? There was a sound. The wicketkeeper was confident, and so too the umpire. Ghazi Sohail with the finger going up just confirms that the partnership is broken.
Yeah, it was a healthy sound. And I think everybody knew it, even James Vince. Might have been right at the toe end of the bat. It was the off cutter, right down towards the bottom. Healthy edge. Shayan Jungir. First said he didn't really hear it, but it sees the end of Vince. Skipper goes 115 for 4.
Calmez from Barbados in the West Indies. Powerful strike off the ball. It's not the best of tournaments so far. We'll have to get going straight away.
I've said this often, Darren, and we talk about it a lot. The middle order is at times the toughest place to bat in T20 cricket. You could be in early enough because your team's in trouble in the power play. You come out, there's not a lot of overs left, and you've got to throw the bat at it. It's not a position he's overly accustomed to batting either. We see him so often at the top of the order.
And many in the West Indies will know of his background coming from Barbados. Served a diet of pace, likes the ball to come on. He's here because of this. Just a slow delivery going across the right-handed Vince. Didn't pick the pace, so clearly deceived on that occasion. And a little bit of grip too, so there's a secret maybe for the Giants when they bowled second.
And also the fact that Vince was looking to go leg side. If he's looking to hit that over cover, extra cover, if he gets an edge, it's probably a thicker edge that goes wide of the keeper.
Don! How often we see this in cricket? When one wicket falls, the other follows straight away, and that is exactly what has happened here.
Yeah, and it was just a nothing defensive shot from Omarzai. Just not a lot of conviction, slower ball, and just look at the angle of the bat. It's always going in one direction off the angle of that bat. There's just no conviction in that defensive shot at all. Good innings from Omarzai, but it comes to an end. Back to back for the Capitals. He goes for 43, 116 for 5.
The signal now confirms that Sean Dixon will be the super sub. For a while we were thinking it was Liam Dawson. They've gone for Sean Dixon. Of course, 34 years of age, England international, with a chance to express himself as we close off this first innings. Lachlan Tucker, the man being subbed. There's another! What a delivery! More grip from the Fizz. And he's taken the third wicket now in this, his comeback over.
Should have gone with Dawson. Dixon. That is a beautiful delivery. It really is. It's another slower ball, pitched perfectly, turned away, clips the top of off. Not sure many could have done better, to be honest. Fizz didn't even know it had hit the top of off stump. And super sub comes and goes very quickly. Dixon out, very first ball, 116 for 6 now.
Moment to capture. Mark Adair now to prevent a hat-trick for Mustafizur Rahman. Haven't seen one in the history of this tournament. Will we see one today? We've seen a couple beauties already from the Fizz. Last ball of this, the 14th. Here's Fizz on a hat-trick. Just getting a bit of bat on that one to prevent Fizz from excelling with 3 in the over. End of the 14th, 116 for 6. Game-changing over, you can see. Mustafizur, 3 wickets, conceding just 6 runs. He's turned the table. Mustafizur Rahman. Gulf Giants looked well set to finish with a flourish. He's just placed them on the back foot with 3 wickets in that, the 14th. Tell me what's going through Kalma's mind this stage of the innings.
Be a little bit muddled having watched what he's just seen from the other end. As you've already mentioned, he's a free-flowing stroke maker, particularly with that new ball inside the power play. It's where he's more accustomed to batting. Find a way. As I said, it's a very difficult time to bat the middle order in T20 cricket.
All right. And with every single dot ball, you'll feel the pressure of having to rotate strike, having to secure boundaries, keep the fans happy. And there are quite a few Giants fans in the house.
You can see the tentative nature at the moment from Kyle Mayers. Just got to get down outside the line of off stump and dink one into the onside. Get away.
Something has to give. 4 dots in the over. Hesitation. Single taken. Salam Keel with the throw. Maybe he was better off going to the wicketkeeper's end.
It was a little bit slow on it as well, Salam Keel. And there was a stutter step from Mark Adair. Not pick it up there, but I think keeper's end was a better option. I don't think he would have got him anyway. He's capable, Mark Adair, can hit a long ball. Just get yourself in for the next maybe 4 or 5 deliveries. See if you can do some damage at the back end.
Use of the feet doesn't result in a run, so a very economical over from Nabi. Just 1 from it after 15, 117 for 6. And we'll now have a strategic timeout. After 6, Giants, they were 53 for 3. Now after 15, 117 for 6. Where will they finish? I'd love to get to 180, Simon.
Oh, it just seems so far away now, doesn't it? Salam Keel in his last. Nabi's got 1 more. You look at the figures for the spinners. Economies are all around the 7 and under.
Another very good delivery from Salam Keel, finishing on the stumps. And you have to appreciate the skill of this man. Mustafizur Rahman with 3 wickets in that, the 14th over. He was on a hat-trick, could have been 4. But for the last 2 years, he's been the leading wicket taker in T20 cricket. That's how consistent he's been. Short, pulled, tugged with power, and just over the boundary line. Maximum to Kalmes.
He's been sweating on something slightly short. As soon as he gets it, that is what batting in the middle order is all about. You get an opportunity, he's been tied down. Doesn't look like finding a boundary, but as soon as he gets a poor delivery, he's on it. That's very good from Kyle Mayers.
And back again, using the vertical bat, just rotating strike, so he's finding a little bit of rhythm. Again, when the ball gets a little bit older, it slows down the pace of the surface, pushes you to adjust as a batter. At times, you need more muscle than timing. Kyle Mayers, he's got plenty of muscle. It's in Markadera as well, hits a long ball, so you need to show that quality with his batting. Rarity about to happen. Waqar Salamkheil has never gone wicketless this season. One delivery remaining in his fourth over. He might just do a first.
You've just put the mockers on the big Bayesian there. You have just done for Kyle Mayers here. Darren, you better hope he doesn't go here.
Well done, Kyle. An appeal. A little bit of enthusiasm from Salamkheil. And he's gone for the review.
I'm getting an LBW review given not out on field. It's a fair delivery. Just looking at split screen now. Just looking to see whether it's hit bat or pad first. Okay, I might have to go to Ultra Edge to confirm, please. Okay, just go back again, please. So we've got pad first here. Pad, roll it through. Pad first, then roll it through, keep rolling through. Okay, and then we've got bat that comes in. So we've got pad first, then bat. Okay, so we can go through to through to ball tracking when it's available, please. Ball track coming up now. Pitching out off. Impact is umpire's call. Wickets is hitting, so the review's retained. You can stay with the original decision of not out. Ghazi will let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
So close. End of the 16th, 125 for 6.
A sigh of relief for Kyle Mayers and for Darren Ganga. So we've given him a break. No! How close was that draw? Umpire's call on impact. Now we've got the DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam. Cutting edge technology on the ground allows us to deliver unique perspectives. Brilliant angles on that, just like the DP World. We're also using the latest tech to keep their trade flowing. Brilliant piece of equipment and technology. Also lots of skill required in terms of operating it. The angle this shows, it takes two operators, one that operates the truck and one operates the camera on top of it. There's a view from the DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam. Great camera work. Moeen Ali dismissal. Great perspective from a ground level.
Yeah, how good was that? It'll be a wide. And they get a single. And this was an LBW decision. Umpires call for impact.
Not sure who was sweating more, Kyle Mayers or Darren Ganga. Because that is now meant that Waqar Salam Khel for the first time in this season has gone wicketless. And he called it with 1 ball to spare.
Yeah, and that's why Waqar Salam Khel was so disappointed. So I'm having a look at the umpire, where was umpire's call, saying, what was that all about, mate? And just giving his point of view. Yeah, not happy, shake of the head.
It's one of those where the umpire's call, had it been in your favor, and it just so, like, the margin of difference is so minimal. So had Ghazi Sohail given that out on field, Waqar Salam Khel would have had one. It wasn't the case. They do hold on to their review. Giants still have a couple. Capitals have taken one that they lost.
I'm pretty sure there's no consolation for Waqar Salam Khel. He's not thinking whether we've got the review or not. There's a hug. Still giving the death stare. Just not a happy chappy at the moment.
In 1s and 2s came 9 of the 17 to 134 for 6. They're just pulling this back, the Dubai Capitals, courtesy of Fizz over. Mr. Fizzer Rahman in his second over, just the 6 runs and 3 important wickets. In just over 3 hours, we've got action that continues. Remember, it's Super Sunday, and it's the top of the table clash. Number 1 play number 2. The Vipers take on the My Emirates. Both teams looking good. If the My Emirates can topple the table toppers, they will be right up there on points as well. Big appeal, has that struck him in front? Maybe just on height. Now Fizz is asking, looking around for his captain's support. All right then. A TV umpire, Paul Wilson, a busy man.
LBW review, given not out on field. It's a fair delivery, just checking split screen now. Roll this through, there's a gap there on the left-hand side before it hits the pad. Yes, there's no bat involved. We can go through the ball tracking when it's available, please. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching outside off, impact is outside the line of off stump, so the review was lost. You can stay with your not out decision, Ghazi. Let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Correct decision. Impact was outside the off stump. Review lost this time though. None left for the Capitals.
Important over this. Mustafiza Rahman still has one more. Waqar Salam Khail had a bit to say. What do you think about that one? There was something about you. Well, you text me and I'll let you know later. Good work on the fence just to keep that ball in. Elias deploy a couple of runs. Oh, what an over from Mustafiza Rahman. 3 important wickets. Important ones, those of Vince, Omar Zai and Sean Dixon, who came in as the sub. Couldn't really impact. It's the way he bowls the slow ones. It's almost like a Muralidharan in action. There's an exaggerated roll of the wrist. Looking for the full straight block hole delivery, but it has been dealt with. Just a touch, pull in that slot. Kyle Mayers carves it through the offside.
Oh, excellent shot. Was in the slot, but he hit that so nicely through the offside. Now, we were talking about this off air, Ruji, the fact that maybe Kyle Mayers should be batting a little higher up the order.
Our conversation came around because of the fact that Nissanka is now obviously not available for any further part in the tournament. Kyle Mayers in the previous season as well batted in that top 3. Likes to hang on the back foot. Anything short, he's got enough muscle to put it away, but also off the front foot, just clears the front leg. So anything full and straight has to be very deep into the crease. Well, James Vince at the toss said that there's a few things that they'd like to make better in terms of doing the good things that are working for them for slightly longer. Batting also, they feel they lose their way in the middle phase of the game and not able to finish well. And in that, now that Nissanka's gone, how they rejig that batting order was Gurbaz and Vince. Maybe if Mayers can slot up with Gurbaz, Vince can come one drop and everybody else then slots around. Moeen Ali was promoted at one drop this afternoon. That didn't come off. There's a few things now, but more importantly today, they need these 2 important points. Getting 4th on that table. Great backward point and a deep sweeper on the offside fence. This is really top stuff. Not so much from Shayan Jahangir behind the stumps. With the slow one coming, the action which he bowls it's always going to go away from the keeper. And Shayan Jahangir, you'd imagine, has made a mess of this.
They're giving us runs, so slight edge. And you're right, just Shayan Jahangir just not getting his hands in the right position over there.
.11 from the 5. The Giants 145 for 6. A few good overs, the last 3 from the Giants, who were just pegged back with that brilliant 14th from Mustafiza Rahman. Picked up 3 important wickets. That was the last ball of the previous delivery, the slow one with an off-spin seam on it. Catches the edge as well. Umpire gave it runs. Right then. Technology tells us no edge.
The best feeling as a batter. It's gone for buys, but you've been credited with those runs. What a great feeling.
Keeper wouldn't mind it at all either. Doesn't show up in his column. runs to Adair. Right then, Jimmy Neesham, the first time with the ball to bowl the 19th. Spanked away and spanked away for 4.
A good start to this 19th over. You've got Jimmy Neesham under pressure now, bowling his first over of the game. Coming in at a real crucial time, Jimmy Neesham. Right, nearly 150 on the board. Can they get to about 170 by the end of the 20?
This one should be taken. Excellent catch. Very good Leas deploy under the high ball, and that is Kyle Mair's innings comes to a close.
Yeah, just seemed to slice it. Kyle Mair's. Easy catch. The loose deploy. Excellent hands there. Kyle Mair's goes for 24, 149 for 7.
Gulf Giants 149 for 7. Ayaan Afzal Khan makes his way out into the middle. 10 legal deliveries left here in the piece in the first innings. Jimmy Neesham 4 on the first, and the important wicket of Myers on the second. Top stuff. Been given responsibility with the ball because Willie's been expensive. 33 in his 3. Timely choice.
Yeah, you're right. Excellent stuff, especially because hit for a 4. Yeah, this though, good catch by Loose Deploy, who's already on the list for the Cycle Hub catch of the season. We'll show you those catches in the mid-innings show, so make sure you're tuned in for that. Some outstanding catches on display.
It's going to be all off pace into the surface. But that does bring Mark Adair onto the crease, onto the batting end. A couple of deliveries now. They want a boundary here. Just felt like they've fallen away. Had a great start in terms of runs. Lost 1 too many wickets in the power play. Then a good partnership. Nothing after. Balled for 2. Ayaan Afzal Khan very quick to come back. Makes it easily in the end.
Yeah, you mentioned about them getting off to a good start. They were 39 for no loss after 3. And then they lost 3 wickets in quick succession. 39 for 1, 46 for 2, 49 for 3. Then they had a bit of a partnership, and then they lost 3 wickets again in quick succession. 115, 116, 116. So, again, no real partnerships dominating this innings. Oh, mix up. Oh, mix up everywhere. Mix up between the batters, mix up between the fielders. It's all happening out there. 19 done, 152 for 7.
The one big partnership, captain and Omarzai James Vince, 66 off 47. Slashed away. This one should be another one. No. Oh my. Not many go down by the president, but this one probably the simpler ones that have ever gone.
Yeah, catching confidence of the president a little low at the moment, because he dropped 2 the other night as well. They dropped 7 in that game. This again should have been caught.
It should be just the one. If my memory serves me right, bro, they dropped 7 catches in that game. That is one thing the Capitals can look at.
I'll tell you what, the fact that they dropped 7 catches in that game, we had to put out a masterclass from Darren Ganga. And Darren Ganga then in the pre-match show did a little catching technique, catching masterclass, and they caught some brilliant ones after that.
Well, clearly somebody wasn't watching. Yep, that's another one that goes. Jordan Cox with the throw, Ayan Afzal Khan with the sprint back to the dugout. Unable to complete that second run, looking to pick up as many as they can, the Giants here in the final over.
Yeah, clever cricket to throw it at the striker's end. Easy run out. Ayan Khan goes for 3, 155 for 8.
Heather Razak out there for the last 3 deliveries in the first innings. Field moves across, heavily dominate on the offside. 2 men close in. Gonna push through, run through. The fizz got a hit, the fizz does hit. Capitals are now fizzing in the middle, and they can afford to because they have the opposition now 9 down.
And you've got to say the Giants' innings has fizzled out. Nine down now for the Giants. Haider Razak goes for 0. It's 155 for 9.
Klassen as the last man to come out and have a swing. 155 for 9, the Gulf Giants. They were put into bat. Mustafizer Rahman with the ball. They've called for 2. We'll have to sprint back. There should be another one, and it is. The Gulf Giants have been bundled out for 156 with 1 ball to spare. This confirmation, clean take from Shayan Jahangir. Marker there His chapter with the bat closes for 12. 156 on the board, bro. Just feel they're a little bit under.
Yeah, I think they're undercooked. I think they themselves will be thinking this will be about 15 to 20 short. We'll have to make up for those runs with our fielding effort. Having said that, runs on board, 156 are where the Gulf Giants have ended.
The first 6 in terms of runs was really good. 53 for 3, maybe one too many wickets in that phase. Middle overs as well. The Capitals were very good, barring that 64-run partnership between Vince and Omarzai. They kept picking up wickets and didn't allow for a big partnership to brew other than that. And the Gulf Giants find themselves done with 1 ball to spare, 156. The fizz was brilliant. In his second over, came up and picked up the wickets of James Vince, Azmatullah Omarzai and Sean Dixon, all in 1 over. Finished with figures of 3 for 34. Haider Ali was brilliant, so was Mohammad Nabi. 2 wickets to Haider, 1 to Nabi. Just feel the Capitals will be the happier of the 2 sides here in Abu Dhabi, the halfway mark, as they have set, well, themselves 157. Get right up there on the leaderboard. Well, put into bat, 25 and 36. A good opening runs on top. Gurbaz was going. And then Haider Ali got the better of him. Omarzai came in and struck it well with the captain. Got into a great partnership. 43 for Omarzai. And then they were bowled for 156. Mustafizur Rahman closed the innings out with 3 wickets in his 3.5 overs this afternoon. Couple to Haider, who was brilliant with the ball. 1 apiece to Nisham and Nabi. Nisham with the 1 over joins Grace Hayden alongside.
Jimmy Nisham joins me now. Superb bowling from the Capitals today. 1 wicket from yourself. You must be pretty happy.
Yeah, first wicket of the comp, so yeah, always happy to get under the belt. Yeah, obviously we've seen the past scores here for day games, and it's quite a high-scoring ground. So yeah, hell of an effort from the group to keep them to 156.
How was the wicket playing today?
It looked beautiful up front. You know, a couple of cover drives through the gap off good balls, which obviously tells you that it's an even pace surface. So yeah, I thought we'd be chasing something more around the high hundreds, 200 there during the power play. And as I said, yeah, the guys through the middle did an incredible job to keep them to a low score.
Being a day game, how much have you got to change your game as a comparison to an evening game?
Well, a few guys set their alarms a little bit earlier than they had been to come down from Dubai. So yeah, well, that was a bit of a change. But other than that, you know, guys are pretty experienced in these kind of competitions. You have, you know, competitions like the T10 where your start times change every day. So no, the guys are a pretty professional group. Looking forward to getting back early and getting an early night, actually.
Absolutely. No nights out before the game on the day. But are you confident in being able to chase down this total?
Yeah, very confident. As I said, that's a hell of an effort for a past score batting first. So obviously it's not a done game yet, but half done, and hopefully the batters can go out there and do a good job.
Well, good luck in the second innings.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grace and Jimmy. Well, he hopes the batters can get the job done, and the job is requiring 157 for the Dubai Capitals in their set of 20 overs, and they need them at 7.85 runs and over. We'll have the chase on the other side.
Match number 23 of the DP World ILT20 Season 4. The Gulf Giants with a batting effort that ebbed and flowed. They were very good in the first 3 overs, then they lost wickets, then had a partnership of 66 between their skipper Vince and Omar Zai, and then it fell away. They could only muster 156 after being bowled out in the 19th over. Highlights of the innings, of course, was an onslaught from Gurbaz and Vince. Early on, that new ball came on to the bat nicely. David Willey paid a heavy price in his first 2 overs. Saw some glorious strokes through the offside. And then with the introduction of Hyder Ali, he accounted for Gurbaz. The opening partnership broken. Moeen Ali coming in quite early in that pivotal number 3 position. Didn't last long. Well caught off the bowling of Mohammad Nabi. And then the slide happened, Uruj.
Yeah, Hyder Ali, very good as he came in. It was difficult to get him away. Only went for 24 in his 4. Yes, Azmatullah Omarzai got a few to go. He got stuck into Waqar Salam Khail. Not often do you see the leading wicket taker not go for wickets, or not take wickets rather. This was a couple of overs back to back that Gulf Giant just got going. Azmatullah Omarzai and Vince with that 62-run partnership. Got stuck into Waqar Salam Khail and Mohammad Nabi, and then it was Mustafizur Rahman. 3 in the over, 3 big wickets. First the captain, then Omarzai, and then the sub in Sean Dixon, the slow one, with that unique action outfoxing all 3 in one particular over. Kyle Mayers came in, got a few to go, 1 through the offside, 1 short one, and then after a couple of those, it was his story done as well. Sliced one which went straight up in the air. Elias Deploy with a good catch on the boundary. Jimmy Neesham, who came in to bowl the penultimate over, picked up one. Good job with the ball there. Mohammad Nabi put one down, but soon after the run-outs, one followed the other. Zayan Afzal Khan first, unable to get back. Simple take from Shayan Jahangir behind, and similar for Haider Razak in that final delivery that they faced. 19.5. 3 run-outs in fact, one after the other to close the chapter for the Gulf Giants, who were put into bat. As Jimmy Neesham, who spoke to us at the halfway mark, was very happy. Felt it was a good surface to bat on, and in that he will be very happy with the way the bowling lineup has done. 3 to Fizz, 2 to Haider, 1 apiece to Nabi and Neesham.
So the target then for the Capitals, 157. Of course, only once we've seen a team go less than 160 in a run chase. So we will have to wait and see how things go. Season awards, of course, the Cycle Hub catch of the season, and we've seen a few. Here's Deploy diving away in slip, catching it behind his body. Of course, the shortlist unfolding. Naveen ul Haq diving away to his left. It was a critical catch for My Emirates. They went on to win in that affair. How about Qais Ahmed with the cape on, flying away to his left. And Andrew Russell turning up and doing very well in the outfield, over the shoulder and cushioning the fall. How about this? Liam Dawson running in, getting his body beside the ball, getting the hands low and completing the catch. Plenty of choices to select from. So again, the confirmation of that shortlist, no particular order, of course. You make your pick, but we've seen excellence so far in the tournament. Yeah, I kind of like Qais Ahmed. How about you, Uruj?
Elias Deploy one in the slips. I thought that was brilliant. Well, it's time to watch the dispatches of the season. Liam Livingston can't keep him out. One-hander into the leg side. Ramanullah Gurbaz even bigger. That was over mid-wicket. And then there was a power show from Powell. Rovman Powell dances down the track, hits it into the offside fence. That is some shot. Jordan Cox, improvisation, innovation, and top quality execution. But I think for me, this one tops the list. Pathum Nisanka to Vakar Salam Khail. The reverse slap for 6. My goodness, that is some shot. DG dispatches off the season. DP World this season. Where's your money?
Yeah, I think Rovman Powell not being biased as a West Indian because he was hitting over cover, not his favorite area. And against Sunil Narayan too. You don't often see that, but every single one of those options were quite special. So last few words from Moeen Ali and James Vince, the captain. They'll know that this score, 156, is below par this season, batting first. So it'll be a big ask for their bowlers to defend this total. Take nothing for granted. Again, before this game, 7 matches played here, 5 won by teams batting first.
Yet no one wins the toss and bats first. I'm not quite sure what it is, whether it's a day game. We saw 187 put on the board yesterday, afternoon game in Abu Dhabi. And that was one that was more than enough. My Emirates won by 35 runs. And once again, I just feel Gulf Giants have let themselves down. They haven't won a game batting first either. And once again, they are a bit under par. I think more than a bit under par. Jimmy Neesham at the halfway mark said they thought they'd be chasing something like 200. Looking at the way power play was going. Also made a point about when you find balls hit on the up through the covers, good deliveries. That is a sign of a good surface. And 2 men in form. Shayan Jahangir, the highest run scorer in this season of the DP World ILT20 so far, 99. And with him, Siddiqul Atal also coming off good runs. So, might not be the most, or the biggest names going around, but they get the job done.
Yeah, surely not as decorated as some of the other franchises with the opening pair. Shayan Jahangir, you did mention that one score. Beyond 50 this season. He's been inconsistent, but clear ability from the USA player. Siddiqul Atal with 66 from 44 in his last match. That should put him in good stead for this challenge. Played more with a vertical bat in that game in Dubai. That was against Sharjah Warriors. Different opposition, different conditions as well. And for many of you Capitals fans and Giants fans, you'll know that this is the first time these two teams are playing here in Abu Dhabi. Never before have we seen a fixture between these two franchises at this venue. So quite a historic match. First ball of the defense from the Giants. And swing, clear swing. Didn't appear to be bat, but it will prompt a discussion, and they just might go for the review.
Just asking how much did that actually swing. Remanullah Gurbaz from behind the stumps, while he's managed to convince James Vince just in time. Busy man upstairs. Paul Wilson, over to you again.
We have an LBW review, given not out on field, it's a fair delivery. Just looking at split screen now. Roll this through, gap on the left-hand side, gap on the left side. Okay, we're going to hits the shoe first. We go through to ball tracking when it's available, please. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets is umpire's call. So reviews retained. Stay with your not out decision should you. We'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Chiju Manil with the initial call. Was umpire's call. We've seen quite a few in this game.
Well, the previous one we saw had you on comms. Yeah, this one's just a little bit too much. Yeah, I say a little bit too much. It is just about. Had the umpire given that out. But that's a fair call. I think that's a really good call with the way the ball was shaping into Siddiqui Latel. Right then with a slip now.
Hey, you looked at Siddiqui Latel and that first delivery, his head falling over, offside. Clear imbalance as a batter. That's not the position you want to be in, especially for a first ball, facing the new ball. Must be in a position to expect swing. He wasn't.
Especially at this ground. With the openness or the empty expanse around, there's always going to be swing. And with this, I like this from Markaday. Understanding that, yes, primarily can shape the ball away from the right-hander. You want to be pitching it up to see if there is any swing. Yesterday, we saw slightly more swing because it was a little bit more windier than today. Like I said, nothing in the expanse. So the openness, you always get that. So it's worth having that. With the slip in, short third in as well.
Came in with the angle. Good response from Jahangir. I did the pitch report, and the flags opposite to the commentary box, they were quite limp. Now there is a bit of a flutter, so just indicates that the wind is increasing at the venue. And of course the atmospheric conditions usually will dictate how significant the ball swings. It's been quite chilly too, for my standards as a West Indian.
Mine too, DG, right up there with you. It was a freezing yesterday evening.
Nice and tidy so far from Adair.
Some might not understand what we're talking about. Well, the temperature did drop significantly. Myself and DG belong from areas where 15 degrees is cold. And it was just a touch under that. Especially with a couple of days of storms that we had. The temperature dropped significantly, but a pleasant day. Really lovely outside today with the sun out. Temperature back up in the mid-20s.
Very good first over. There's two from it, two without loss. Look at the Gulf Giants and how they fared with the bat. They were bowled out 19.5 overs for 156. Two starts in that batting lineup, Gurbaz and Vince at the top. Then in the middle, Umar Zai and Kyle Mays amongst the runs. Yet again, they struggled to make good use of the last 5 overs. The Giants, they only mustered 39 and lost 4 wickets. Here's Umar Zai. And if I sound surprised, we haven't seen Umar Zai with the ball for 3 matches ago.
Yeah, hasn't been commissioned with the ball. Now, whether he was carrying a niggle or the combination just didn't require him, but I just find him such an asset for any side. And complete all-round cricketer. Or the ability to bowl, the change of pace, delivery comes in, hits that deck hard. More of a line and length bowler. Difficult as well when your body is not in that rhythm for bowling. Just want to recheck that radar of his.
He swings the ball both ways, Umar Zai. We saw swing from Adair. Yeah, there was a chance for the run out. Gurbaz with the awareness behind the stumps, but Natal was in a good position. No risk on that occasion.
But he had no idea the throw was attempted from behind. Casual stroll down. We've seen one of those. Make headlines. Stay in your crease. That is a simple rule. This is lovely. Families come around, plenty of activities for young kids. Amusement park, slides up the banks as well. Lovely facility. You watch from the commentary box. It is absolutely extravagant. The contrast of colors, the expanse of the ground. Oh goodness. A toothless shark. Even I can't fix that problem. Sharks lost a tooth.
Come on, I think you can find ways.
Yeah, all of those activities is quite nice.
Quite a plethora of sporting facilities in this hub here in Abu Dhabi. Something for everyone, the kids being engaged. How appropriate.
Oh, come on. Color inside the lines, come on. Oh, there's an air show as well. That is brilliant. Spectacular scenes here in Abu Dhabi, the DP World ILT20. Fun and entertainment for all.
Pumped back past the bowler, strong enough to get 4. This should just take the pressure off, and it's number 510, big ticket 4. Play big, dream bigger. That he's done on that occasion.
Now slightly high on the bat, so not quite out of the middle, but always looking to hit it straight. So the intentions made clear from the get-go from Shayan Jahangir. It was a quiet over up until that point.
A bit of aggression shown from Umar Zai. 7 without loss. Solid batting lineup for the Capitals in this run chase. It's in the gap. Shayan Jahangir set a new standard for himself in this DP World ILT20 with that knock against the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders. Played brilliantly. Showed aggression in the power play, batted from the start all the way to the final over. And many felt he'll get to 3 figures. Dre Ross intervened after we've witnessed the brilliance of the American player. And he was dismissed on 99, crestfallen. Ooh, my goodness, that was very close.
Yeah, it's a repeat that's better. Hit this one down the ground. It is more of a wild swipe across the line. Self-correction in the grimace in his face shows immediately. Could have very easily taken off stump. Marker there with a really good channel now here.
Yeah, creating the right pressure. When you have a below par target that you're defending. That's skillful, very skillful. We've seen signs of this brilliance previously. Once more, Jahangir conquers the bowler.
Watches it all the way. That's a fine, fine shot. Watches it all the way onto the bat with the pace of Mark Adair. Opens that bat face and angles it over. Saw it in that highlights reel as well for when he played his 99. It is a shot that comes to him naturally, puts in a lot of work with it. The bounce on offer from Mark Adair. That is a great option to have.
Bowled. And long enough for 6. For a moment you felt it wasn't going to go. But it was a contender and will be a contender for the DP World Dispatch of the Day.
Breaking the shackles now, 4 follows by 6. Moves early, moves deep into the crease, and the short one has been dispatched. Enough elevation, enough strength behind it to carry it into those banks on the sides. Mark Adair, this field got the length touch too short. You want to create the pressure, a channel of pressure, a series of good dot deliveries. Try and hit top of off.
Sound down the leg side, maybe, maybe not. No, says the umpire. Wide signaled. Oftentimes you see this from bowlers just to dissuade the umpire from making the wide call.
Keepers are always trying to throw the game off. Ramanala Gurbaz going up immediately. The umpire had his outstretched hands already. And plays for a wide.
It was aerial. Aerial for a while. In the gap. And a short and wide delivery punished.
There's a touch too wide on this occasion. Allows for Shayan Jahangir to throw his hands at it. Once again, that angled bat face looking to carve it over and gets it just enough. That's the thing that Mark Adair, searching for wickets, hasn't been able to bowl a consistent channel to put any pressure on Shayan. Great over. 16 off it comes to an end. 23 for no loss.
Quite the opposite. First 2 overs just producing 7 runs. These 2 openers have taken some time to get themselves in. Often batters talk about the importance of that type of approach. Jahangir with the highest individual score thus far this season. No 3-figure just yet in season 4 of DP World ILT20. We were so close in that match 13 against the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders. Robert Paul too. A brilliant 96. Right. Time for spin. Ryan Khan, the left-arm spinner. Similar type of strategy we saw with the Capitals with the introduction of Haider Ali. Will he have the same impact?
Well, they'll certainly hope for it, the Gulf Giants. Well, they've got spin earlier on in the piece because they're looking to break this partnership. Now, the only way the Gulf Giants can look to hold the Capitals back with an under par score is pick up wickets. They've gone off to a flyer, especially the previous over 16, so they've just got enough momentum now to turn the sort of tipping scale in their favor, the Capitals. You want to be applying pressure. Where's that wicket coming from? There is no slip to the right-hander. The ring of fielders with protection down the ground on the offside. That's the other thing that you can't allow. You can't allow for them to continue to rotate strike. So Ayaan Afzal Khan will have to get a few deliveries in line. Well, he is on the leaderboard for the blue belt. Best UAE player. Mohammad Wasim and there, Alishan Sharafu, Ajay Kumar, who's been impressive, but Huzaima Tanveer right on top. He's been pretty good with the ball so far.
Use of the feet. Nice stroke from Sadikullah Atal. Middles it this time, and he gets 4.
It's a really nicely timed stroke. Dancing shoes on, not trying to overhit it. Man on the screen that just runs back up in the circle, so no protection down the ground. And they've got plenty of acreage to run through for 2, and they do so comfortably. So the first 4 deliveries from Ayaan Afzal Khan, courtesy that boundary, have gone for 8. Also difficult DG with the left-hand, right-hand combination, getting your field right. You want to bowl a few deliveries to the same batter. Hasn't happened in this over so far. And they've done well. Siddiqullah and Shayan together.
Very smart batting, playing ball on merit. Sadikullah Atal just using that positive matchup against Hyder Ali to good effect for himself and his team. Saw that advancement early in the over. Now Shayan Jahangir must be smart.
Oh, lovely, man.
9 from the over, make it 10. So after 4, 33 without loss.
Foosball to entertain during the over breaks. Not allowed to spin. Not allowed to spin. Sorry. That is a goal down. A really good first couple of overs. Capitals have managed to pick up some runs, pick up that run rate. Under 8's required, so it's all about wickets from a Giants point of view. Darren?
Yeah, the Capitals will know only once this season we've seen a team lose chasing a target of less than 160. So odds in their favor, you can say.
Well, in the middle of the 1x-bat power play, Shahan Jahangir with 3 4s and a 6 to get things rolling after a couple of tight first overs. Got the shackles a little bit. And got the power play looking slightly better from a Capitals point of view.
The other thing that the Capitals will know is they have that option of Robman Paul as a super sub. It should apply if they get to number 4, number 5 batter in this run chase. And there's a positive correlation between Robman Paul scoring runs and the Capitals winning. So crucial and critical he is in this batting order.
Aerial straight to Kalmez at cover. And they finally break through. The Giants, much needed.
And maybe the ball just stopping a bit, gripping. Yeah, you can sense that Sedikula Atal was surprised with the extra bounce. Just checked his shot. Couldn't control that being played away from the fielder. But Omar Zai, after a hiatus of 3 matches not bowling, makes the breakthrough. Atal trudges back for 9. It's 34 for 1.
Jordan Cox, new man to the crease. 237 runs in the tournament so far, just under 40. And a little cutter, not a out and out slower ball, just a little cutter into the surface, and that's exactly why Sedikula Atal was intimating afterwards. Just stuck in the surface a little bit. That one's too short.
Not surprised with this variation from Omar Zai, because Mustafizur Rahman showed exactly how to use that type of delivery to good effect. That 14th over when he picked up 3 wickets. Many of those wickets coming off slow deliveries, which were cutters.
Well, DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam staying ahead of the game. Keep updating all about new perspectives and new tech. And this is the shot from a very smart DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam. DP World staying at the forefront of global trade. Great to have them with us. Oh, no, a little under edge. It was short, it was wide. Might have been a little pace off as well. And an under edge back onto the stumps from wide outside off. Cox goes without scoring today.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket. We'll just set the tone for things to come for the Giants and their defense. A delivery that was not threatening, just misjudging the bounce on that occasion. How unlucky, you can say. Doesn't score today. It's now 35 for 2.
Lewis deploy. He's the new man. They've lost back-to-back wickets now. That's what the Giants needed. Not what the Capitals were looking for. Just that door opening a touch. Another similar delivery to the one that got the first wicket of Sedikula. It was there to go, wasn't it? He'd been bitterly disappointed as he walked off, Jordan Cox.
Just that lack of pace. Expecting the ball to come on to the bat. Speaks to that approach we mentioned earlier of giving yourself a little bit of time to get in. I know many will say that was there for the taking, but the execution has to be precise. With time out in the middle, that is what you achieve as a batter. That sense of awareness, your timing, your trigger movements, your ability to penetrate the fields and the gaps.
That timeline down the bottom tells you it's been a good little period of play for the Giants. I watched Fred Klaassen warming up in between innings, Darren, and I'm not sure he bowled one delivery at full pace. He was just practicing going into the surface with these cutters. He started with 2 of them.
I don't think this should surprise the Capitals batters. Even in previous matches here, it's been tough for teams chasing because of this type of approach with the ball, and bowlers are in defense. Yes, it has to be a change in your mindset as a batter to counter this approach. Set yourself for a slow ball, and if there's any delivery to surprise you, it has to be the pace-on delivery.
Yeah, spot on. All 3 slower balls. And from a bowling point of view, you've got to understand when to deliver that quicker one as well. We saw a great example of that yesterday with Sunil Narayan on strike to Zahur. No run there. The other thing about this is the field's nice and tight. They're in. Now got a little sense that they can put some pressure on this batting lineup. Sharp catch for the first wicket to Kyle Mayers. Comes down the wicket and just lofts it over the bowler's head. That'll race down to the boundary for 4. Deploys innings underway.
And it's another very good option that a batter can choose, especially when you're being served up with many cutters and slow deliveries, to make pace for yourself. That advancement towards the bowler just generates the nice energy required to get the power to play it back past the bowler as he did on that occasion. So might just sway the bowler off his initial plan of length and line.
Should be a couple. Comfortably out towards Mark Adair in the deep. 7 runs from the over. Power play done, 42 for 2.
Comparatively speaking, Gulf Giants to achieve 53 for 3. Capitals wouldn't mind this because they've set the tone for this chase. Still with 8 batters to come, not including Robert Powell.
More spin now. Moeen Ali. Three out leg side for the right-hander. Very straight mid-off, a long off, and a deep point as well. It's not as easy as just playing it with the edge of your bat, but that's how it worked for Shahan there.
And Jahangir just indicating that the ball just went on the same line. There was very little turn from that off-spin delivery from Moeen Ali.
Yeah, Capitals are the only team in the entire competition that have lost a wicket, at least 1 wicket in every power play. Yet to get through a power play without the loss of a wicket by Capitals. Pretty good player of spin generally. First deploy, he will employ the reverse sweeps, the laps. He's got power down the ground as well.
Just wonder if Shayan Jahangir is thinking about batting deep, as he did when he scored at 99. He was so critical in that batting effort. Pulled away. Nice use of the crease. Gets himself into very good positions, I must say. He's got quick hands. More often than not, he makes the right decisions when executing. Looks nice and controlled in this innings so far. Not being ultra aggressive, but he's shown great awareness to take opportunities for run scoring.
Yeah, and in a chase like this, when you think about what is to come and what is around, and we're presuming that Rodman Powell will come in as an impact substitute, Jimmy Neesham, Mohammad Nabi. There's a little bit of power in and around. It can allow someone to go at a 125 to 130 strike rate and still chase down this total successfully. Tidy enough from Moeen Ali to start, 48 for 2.
Never easy to say exactly what tempo is required in a run chase when you're relatively new to the crease, and that will be the case for Lewis Deploy. Just understanding the conditions, the opposition bowlers. The great thing for the Capitals is the fact that they're aware what the target is, so they'll keep that required rate at the forefront of their minds.
Well, VZ presents Jalwa Dikao in Umpire contest, which 3 teams have won the DP World ILT20 so far. Lock in your answers, A, B, C or D. Terms and conditions do apply. It'll be in to win. Winners will be called out tomorrow evening. Back here in Abu Dhabi tomorrow evening. Some of us will be. There is that reverse straight away. Field set for it.
You called it, Simon? It's a very, very good option to have in your armory as a batter. It just puts a little more pressure on a bowler. Sometimes it prompts the captain to change the field a bit, which will offer you more gaps in other areas that you can capitalize on.
Oh, just sliding. I'm not sure there's a hint of an inside edge as well. Not much going for it.
Clearly beaten. Hanging back on that occasion. Misjudged the length of that delivery, Jahangir.
It's missing by a mile and a little tickle on it as well.
Nice shrewd batting from these two. Partnership 16 from 16. No panic from what we've seen so far between these two out in the middle for the Capitals, and that is how it should be, because, well, on course with this required rate.
Yeah, what we saw yesterday here, Darren, in that My Emirates game against Abu Dhabi Knight Riders was about 5 overs in a row that went for less than 7. And the run rate jumped from 7.3 to 11. And that's exactly what the Giants are looking to do here. Every over that goes for 6-7 just pushes that required rate up a touch. It's another one that's only gone for 5. They need them back to back to back though. 53 for 2 after 8.
Capitals in the chase, 53 for 2. At the same time, the Giants were 61 for 3. There was this time where James Vince and Omar Zai got together and got 66 between the two of them. At the moment, Deploy and Cheyenne Jhangi looking to continue the good work done in the first 8.
Come on, boys.
Right then, Tabriz Shamsi now into the attack.
Lovely boys. Ayan.
This is the time when Giants are going to put more pressure through Shamsi. Shamsi is a wicket taker, left arm wrist. We've seen Waqar Salam Khail also had success with that angle, with that wrist work. So this is the time. This is where they're hoping and expecting Shamsi to deliver. Good delivery, very good delivery.
I actually don't mind seeing a slip-in. Cheyenne Jhangi, we've already seen on a few occasions, likes to play through that corridor just outside the keeper's right arm, plays the ball late with that open face. Has to be careful here. Shamsi can bowl the wrong one as well. Getting turned, maybe a bit too much.
You got to be really precise regarding your footwork. Shamsi will attack those pads, and if you're not comfortable, if you're not sure what length the ball has pitched, you're better off going onto the front foot rather than back foot, because back foot means trouble.
He's moving around in his crease, Cheyenne Jhangi. You can see he's a touch uncomfortable because of the fact that he might not be picking Shamsi out of the hand, so not clear of which way the ball's turning. And this is good work done from the previous 3 overs. First 4 deliveries only gone for 2 runs. So bowling well in partnerships here from both ends. The Gulf Giants.
Catch it!
And just away from Moeen Ali. Is picked up well and hit in front of square. After 17 balls, a much needed boundary comes off Lewis Deploy.
This will break a little shackle here because the boundaries were dried up and a little bit of risk involved in that shot, but risk always have reward, and hit the gap beautifully.
Called for 1 and should be able to get back for 2. So 8 come off that over, the first one from Shamsi. 9 overs in the chase. Capitals 61 for 2, and we take a break for a timeout. chase is on here at the Abu Dhabi Stadium. 61 for 2. That is the equation. The required rate 8.73. Just climbed a little bit in the last 5 overs. Courtesy some really good line and length bowling and a couple of wickets to fall as well. Siddiqullah and Jordan Cox, 2 wickets to fall. So the last 5 overs, 28 for 2.
Aruj, you know, in normal circumstances, this is an easy gig for the batting side, Capitals. But because this surface is slow and the cutters are really working, so you're always in the game. It's just a matter of picking up 1 or 2 wickets. In the first inning, we saw that over from Fizz. Just change the face of the game, and it can happen here also. You just need 1 good over where you pick up 2 wickets, which Umar Zaid did earlier, and they probably need it 1 more time. Sabbani comes in and pick up 1 or 2 wickets. Yes, they have got good, strong batting lineup, but things have changed. We have seen it many, many times.
Rovin Powell with the pads on, so he will be subbed in at some point. Yeah, you're right, Vakar. It just gets interesting. Slashed away. That is a really fine stroke. On the up and gets into this deploy.
What a beautiful shot. Because it was a cutter and deploy knew it, and to make a pace out of that delivery, he had to use his feet, and beautifully done, and made sure that he stayed tall so he can pick the gap and hit it through that rather than going over the top. Over the top means a little bit of risk. That's a beautiful shot.
Bowled him! Straight through, cleans him up. Brett Klassen has the last laugh.
Yeah, he picked the wrong length. That was the length which was a little fuller, more closer. That was not a delivery where you look to pull. He doesn't have a pace to even pull. Another cutter in the zone. Ball came a little slower, a little bit more bounce, loopy, and hit the timber. Game on. Deploy gone for 22, is 66 for 3 now.
Rovin Powell been subbed in for Vakar Salam Khail, and he comes out with his team that is now 3 down. There is confirmation from the umpire. He surely packs a punch. Rovin Powell, I saw earlier on as well, in up there with one of the dispatches of the season as well. What a fine stroke that to be on the list. Interesting game now this. Required rate 8.67. Capitals require 91 from 63 with 7 wickets in hand. They've already been at the receiving end of a low-scoring thriller which they could not get through. This is a great setup from Fred Klassen. Vakar, you must have really enjoyed that. The understanding of the length, especially after that shot that was hit to him.
Yeah, he played that shot, the previous delivery, really well. He used his feet. And I don't know if he was thinking that he's going to be short and I can pull him, but very smartly done. Oh, inside edge. Be careful. There's no real pace. So sometime when you don't get a pace as a batter, you can easily drag that ball back onto the stumps. Only 112 kilometers an hour. Not giving any pace.
Well, the plans are clear. Communication good from James Vince. And the bowlers are playing their part so far. The other thing as well, Vince has used 6 bowlers already. So he's changing things up, as did Brett Clarkson.
These are the 2 deliveries I was talking about. Good use of the feet, came down nicely. This was a little fuller, and I don't know why he decided to pull. And I'm sure he is very disappointed and very unhappy with the selection of shot.
Through the covers, and should be just the one to close the over out. So a great boundary with a great rebuttal from Klaassen. Halfway mark in the stage, the Capitals 68 for 3. Nine, Naught and 22. Siddiqullah Cox and Elias Deploy are the 3 wickets back in the hut. Courtesy Omarzai and Klaassen. Halfway mark in the stage, 75 for 3. And the chase is 68 for 3. Very close at this same stage. Tabriz Shamsi bowled a great over. Shayan Jahangir in particular slightly skeptical. This is good. This is good. Searching for another with the slip in.
What are you doing?
Being very watchful, Waqar.
You got to be careful. Yes, watchful is good, but just don't let it go. Spinning. Even Shamsi realized that it was very close. Just a little bit more spin, a little bit more turn. Can do the job for him. Decided way too early to play that paddle shot or a sweep shot. Yes, he'll get 2 runs. Just want to show that views one more time in the previous over with the Hawkeye. This was a delivery where he came down the pitch and the delivery you got out was a little shorter, maybe a foot shorter than that. But because he was back in his crease and made up his mind that he's going to pull, that was pre-planned. That's why he lost his wicket.
Yeah, definitely the difference in the first 2 is where Deploy was on impact. The first one he's danced way down the track. Second one, Fred Klaassen adjusts the length, pulled it back slightly. Yes, Deploy does not make the correction. Promises to be theatre. Gurbaz behind the stumps as well.
Well, Gurbaz behind the stumps is not going to make life easy for the batters. He's going to keep chirping. He's going to keep telling them what's happening. And Shayan, a young right-hander batsman from USA, I'm sure he's feeling the heat because he's seen 3 of his partners leaving the crease from the other end. He has scored on this very ground, 99 of 53. So he's got good memories from this ground. So he's feeling probably good, but the pressure, the required run rate is 9. But I tell you, looking at the surface and the way the cutters have been bowled, just consider this as 10.5 runs per over.
That is a fine strike. Straight back pass. Shayan Jahangir with a little bit of theatre in terms of moving early, trying to throw Shamsi off. Comes back with a good reply.
I'm probably wrong. He's not feeling any pressure because the way he played that shot, so confident. He read the googly also and he made sure that he hit it straight over the bowler's head. That's the safest shot in the book.
That is the delivery. That is the one, and is kept a touch low as well. Shamsi likes it. 11 done, 77 for 3.
Come on, boys.
11 overs in, 77 for 3. Capitals now. It is all being held together by Shayan Jahangir. Yeah, this one was really good. Thumped it down the ground, always looking to hit it straight. Yeah, Shamsi with the applause. He knows that was a fine stroke. No, son. Sorry. What is he appealing for, Vakar?
Aruj, you don't have to apologize.
That's missing a whole set of stumps. Another set of stumps.
He is a youngster and he got excited and he hits the pad of Robman Powell. Yeah, that's good bowling. That's what you need to do. You don't really have to take too much risk against Robman Powell. You don't bowl him bad ball. Keep it simple. Don't think too much. Just if he hits you from there, that's fine, because he's a top player. He will do that. But that's where your success is. Oh, what a use of feet! What a use of feet! Put youngster under so much pressure by using these feet. He was controlled and it was riskless.
That is an absolute monster. Comes down the track, and the punch that he can pack. Robman Powell, 81 meters. 56 is now for the muscle man in the ILT20. Should pick up a couple, if not 3. Vakar, an interesting fact about this particular surface: it was used for the first time in the first game here in Abu Dhabi. My Emirates versus the Desert Vipers. Desert Vipers got 159 and won by just 1 run. 156 today.
I just want to tell the viewers and the listeners that we have 2 different crews. You know, one work here, one, you know, you'll see the game in Dubai. So every time I have joined the group B, which is this one, you always have a tight game. Always had a tight game. So I'm not expecting anything less.
Well, there's a few of us who don't like that, including Jimmy Neesham, because he's already planned this Sunday night. Everyone wants to get home early, and he'll be hoping his side can get the job done fairly quickly.
That ain't happening, that's for sure.
Well, the legend has spoken. 12 overs in the chase. 69 from 48 is what the Capitals require. 88 for 3.
Idiot for 3, not required rate, just being maintained. That's around 8.5, at times 9. So well in reach, the Capitals will say. Quick single taken. Now looking at this game, this is a very critical moment. Golf Giants will know of Rovman Powell's value to this Capitals team, because when he does well with the bat, more often than not, the Capitals go on to win.
Yeah, and the good thing from the captain's point of view is if he bats for more than 10 deliveries, he normally steps on the gas. His strike rate in the ILT20 in the first 10 is about 105. After 10 is 180. And he's batted for 12 deliveries now. So he's got his eye in. He's got a feel of the pitch.
Hey, having said that, if I'm James Vince, I'm thinking which bowler is possibly going to get his wicket. Yeah, there is that win predictor. In favor of the Capitals, but also in favor of the Giants. Pulled away. Looking at the spin options used so far, none amongst the wickets. It's been all seam for the 3 wickets so far. Yep, the commentators' leaderboard. Andy Flower at the top. Joint percentage correct with Wasim Akram. Simon Dool in 3rd place. Yours truly 4th. Nicked, outside edge found. So there is a win predictor. Bro, you're silent on me.
Rubbish game. That's all I want to say. When you're bottom of the table. You know, if there was a promotion relegation in this predictor game, I'd have been in Division 4 by now. Relegated every year. Great shot for 4. Quality timing, excellent placement.
You spoke about Rovman Powell and how dangerous he is with more time out in the middle. This is why. Won't miss out on a half volley. That was in the slot. Didn't try to overhit it. It was more about getting it off the sweet spot of the bat. Away she went.
Lovely boy.
13 gone to 97 for 3. Yeah, win predictor just moving further in the direction of the Capitals. They had the majority sway. Golf Giants will be thinking how they can move the pendulum in their favor. At the moment, the Capitals are ahead, according to Win Predictor. But nothing is guaranteed in T20 cricket.
He's got that steely look in his eyes as Rovman Powell in this innings. Got that focus, that very determined look about him.
High Backcliff, he was searching for something big on that occasion. Another slow-paced delivery from Klaasen.
That's all he's really bold, and rightly so. Very clever bowling from Klaasen. Sussed out the pitch very quickly and said, I'm just going to give the batters no pace.
There is a pace on delivery, and that's the element of surprise.
DG, 116 kilometers an hour. No pace on that delivery, my brother. No pace. Don't go by what Hemant Buch is saying in that down there from the director's take. 116, no pace.
Went purely on the way the batter Shan Jahangir played that delivery. It was more bounce than anything else. So it's been all slow deliveries in this over. 75% of their deliveries from the seamers, off-pace deliveries. Clear strategy. But I must say the Capitals, they've done well to counter such an approach.
Nicely played for one.
He did talk about Rovman Powell being laser focus from what you've seen so far. After a couple scores of 96 and 38, he had 3 low scores, so he's desperate for runs. Oftentimes you want your in-form batter to maintain form throughout the course of a tournament. There's a confirmation of that. 0, 11 and 12, so a lean phase he's experienced. Jumping out of it with this innings of 21 from 16. Gone for the pull, and it falls safely. Another relatively slow delivery, creating problems. 100 comes up for the Capitals.
Well, if you're just joining us right now, and if you see the Capitals need 57 from 37 and they've got 7 wickets in hand, you think it's a relatively easy chase. But the way this innings has gone, a wicket here, and the Giants are right back in it. End of the 14th, 100 for 3.
It keeps you thinking all the time. If the 2 batters out in the middle, the plan is clear, so it pushes you to think on your feet. What's the approach for you to score at least a run a ball so that that required rate don't jump into double figures? Six overs remaining in the innings. What's Mang Badani thinking tactically with these remaining overs? Of course, an over for Marzai, one for Ian Khan. Fred Klaasen too has one. So will it be pace and spin? Will be Shamsi for the 15th. Starts with a wide. At times it's so important to stay in the present, not get too far ahead of yourself when you're seeing a target. Don't allow that scoreboard pressure to get to you, to push you out of your comfort zone as a batter. Rovman Powell will be trusting his ability to strike big.
They're trying to push hard there. Rovman Powell ran the first one really quickly. Again, sometimes when you have a look at the batters out there and you see the intensity in the running between the wickets, that tells you a story as well. To how focused they are, how pumped they are. It might be an easy one, but they'll push, they'll run hard, try to induce a mistake.
The other thing that these 2 out in the middle for the Capitals have to do is, of course, don't underestimate the importance of singles, dropping the ball, rotating strike, even though that required rate is approaching 10. That last delivery was a dot ball. If you look at the fielders in that inner circle, they're on the ring. So if you play the ball defensively, there's an easy single, an easy run on offer. It's gone straight. That's in the gap, and that's 4. We've seen this before. That will release some pressure in this chase for the Capitals.
Without doubt. They needed that boundary in this over. Was in the slot. And we've seen Cheyenne play this shot quite often and quite well. Straight over the bowler's head.
Approaching a landmark. Nice use of the feet. I like the fact that he went straight when he was searching for that boundary. Didn't try to tug. Leg side. Shah Jahangir. Capitals, they need 49 from 32 now. This partnership 42. Rovman Paul well set. Jahangir batting well. It's gone leg side. Straight to the field and catch taken. So here is a twist. Partnership broken. The passion comes out from the Giants. And it's game on.
Well, you saw the reaction from Shamsi and you saw the reaction from Cheyenne. The Giants know how important this wicket is. Didn't quite time it as well as you'd have liked. Good catch though from Marker there. And the big celebration. Cheyenne Jahangir goes for 48. It's 108 for 4. Well, we'll see the tapping of the watch that tells you it's time for a timeout.
Winding down this strategic timeout. Game getting very, very interesting. New batter, Mohamed Nabi. He's dangerous in this sort of situation. The Capitals skipper. It's off the mark. Makes it look quite easy. He's such a calm, collected sort of customer. Nabi. A wicket and 9 runs from the over. 109 for 4. Did that partnership between Rahman Paul and Shah Jahangir do enough in this chase for the Capitals? They produced 42 before they were separated. It was a fabulous catch on the boundary line in a pressure cooker situation. Right, after that Shamsi over, we'll see Seam, Fred Clarkson for his final over. Slow ball. Importantly, he doesn't absorb a dot. Now this is what I was alluding to. That's a grab. It was sensational. Possibly a contender for the Cycle Hub catch of the season. Winner, of course, gets a stylish and super cool bike. Good to see the Cycle Hub. He knows it. He knows the game was on the line. Paul will be weighing up his options. He'll know that slow balls will be the order of the day with Clarkson. That was a firm strike.
It's one of those which either stick on your follow through. Not much that Clarkson can do over there, because like you said, it was struck quite well. Just a reflex and got his hands in the right place, just wouldn't stick. Saved a few runs though.
Looked away, he's asking for 2. He wouldn't take the risks. That's responsible.
Yeah, because you don't want to lose another wicket, especially after you've just lost Shah and Jahangir in that manner. Good catch by Adair on the fence. The 2 different reactions. Agony and ecstasy.
The first wicket for a spinner in the Gulf Giants camp. 3 spin options used so far. That's Paul going for a big one, and it falls short. Ryan Khan, the fielder, running around for a moment. You felt that there was a chance to complete the catch.
I was just placed well in the gap. Right, 2 deliveries remaining in this over. It's gone for 5. Required rate's nearly 10. Wide, so 6 now with 2 remaining. So can I get a boundary?
And Robin Paul will be thinking that hitting to that leg side is a shorter square boundary. Only 67 meters, so that's why that bottom hand will be ready for action. Confirmation. Wind also will be helpful. Line is good outside the off stump, so just a run conceded. Haven't seen a boundary in 8 balls.
Well, as a batting unit, you've got to be thinking, what are you comfortable chasing in the last over?
10, which is the required rate at the moment.
So you've got to go at 10 for the next 3. A single to end the over. It's 117 for 4.
Six bowlers used. Couple of wickets for Omrazai. He's got 1 to go. Klaasen all done. 4 very tidy overs for Fred Klaasen. And from the Netherlands, 1 for 25. Shamsi about to complete his last. Bit at stake here. Unison alongside. It's coming down to the wire, I think, Vicky Bay.
Nothing new in Abu Dhabi. Every time we come here in Abu Dhabi, every game is gone till the last ball actually. 40 requires of 24. Equation is very simple. They need boundary every over. Shamsi back into the attack. Only one. I think ones are not hurting them. It's the boundaries. That is why you see most of the boundary riders, they're right on the edge. They don't want to give a boundary away. They have to take risks. Raman Powell will come after Shamsi because previous over, Shamsi picked up a wicket of Cheyenne, and he actually came to pick up his wicket because he was looking dangerous. Let's see what he does now. There we go. There we go. That is gone all the way, miles.
Write that one down for the DP World Dispatch of the day, I think. He has got plenty on that, Raman Powell. Just went a bit full, a little bit too full. Down on one knee, and the power of Raman Powell, 90 metres. Second ball of the over. Pinch 1.
That's very sensible cricket from Raman Powell. Hit a huge 6 and then just go to the other end. Keep the equation simple. How good was that shot? That was huge. The sound was just amazing. He realized that can't do anything much about that. Nabi very sensible, just pushing the ball into the gap and giving strike back to Raman Powell. Will he go again in this over? If he gets the delivery in his arc, he's always searching for a ball land in his zone, and that's the discussion going on right here. That what should he do? Should he take a bit of risk and ball outside the off stump, maybe a googly or something? He might just go for 6. There's a definite risk in it because Raman Powell, we all know how he can really take on the bowlers. He's on 34 of 23 deliveries, a small partnership between these two, 18 of 12. And this is going to be a huge delivery. Good matchup.
Leg by as well here. What that 6 does is This makes the over a pretty easy equation, doesn't it? Second ball, all of a sudden you've got 7 off 2, 10 off the over, up with the required rate. They don't want to leave it till the last over, so there'll be a moment in the match in the next couple of overs where try and take one over in particular, the 12, 14, 16. Get the game and the job done. $11 from that one, 3 to go, 128 for 4. Well, one of these teams will jump to 8 points. If it happens to be the Capitals, they'll go to second place because their net run rate is better than my Emirates. Of the Capitals at the moment, 29 from 18. One good over, a couple of wickets can certainly change things though. Mark Adair is back.
Well, this is the over, I feel. If they don't pick up a wicket in this over, things will become a lot easier because Neesham's still to come and these two there at the crease. Even if they lose wicket after that, then they'll still be able to manage this score. But if they lose wicket here, it seems like Neesham knows that they're going to lose wicket. He's ready to come in wide. That's not going to help.
Yeah, just moved after he bowled it, I think. Mark Adair is asking the question of Ghazi Sohail, but I think the call was right. He's standing on off stump. He moves after. That's too wide.
That's smart cricket from Mohammad Nabi. Just giving strike to Ravan Paul, who's looking really good. A couple of sixes for him in his knock of 35 of 24. He's the man. If he hits a couple of big blows, game will be over.
Yeah, and he's very strong through the off side as well, Rodman Powell. Not only a leg side player by any stretch. He can hit the ball so well over extra cover. It is the bigger boundary. Kyle Mayers is 10 yards in. Oh, wow. No, I can't agree with that one. I'm afraid I cannot agree with that one. If he stands where he's standing there, that ball hits him flush on the pad. He's moved right inside the line of it. That's just not a wide. You know, if it's not a wide in the first 2 or 3 overs of the game, it's not a wide now. It's a poor call.
Definitely. I totally agree with you, and it really surprised Adair also, because he's thinking the same what we are thinking, because that ball was inside that line also, and because the batter moved late, so that doesn't count as a wide. Very simple. Into the gap. Good fielding. Only one. So far, so good.
After the fact, it's not really a discussion, but it's just one of those situations. You see them called late in the game, and in the first 3 or 4 overs of the game, they're not called. Just consistency is all you ask for, and there's no way that was a wide, but he will carry on. That's a wide. That's okay.
Jonathan Trott there talking with the fourth umpire, trying to ask the same question, I guess. And he wasn't happy with the call because every run matter right now. Yeah, a couple of wide balls outside the off stump, fair enough, but that wide delivery was unnecessary. Boundary required for the Capitals.
He's bowled 5 deliveries and only 2 of them have been legal so far, Mark Adair. That is a call for 2. Oh, Mazel, oh, no, there, you do not need that. You do not need that. He's a long way in. And he's just stumbled. And it's gone through the hands for 4.
That was the last thing James Vince was expecting or hoping, because this was a straightforward fielding. No, the stiff body, it couldn't really come down on time, and this is gonna hurt. That's poor fielding.
This is now the over with 2 balls to go that could go for 14-16. 10 already, courtesy of that boundary and a few wides. One more boundary and you kind of break the back of the game.
Yeah, unless they pick up a wicket, it's getting tougher. It's getting really tough for the Giants now. They didn't score enough. Another maybe 15-20 runs would have made a difference, but they kept themselves in the game, and if they don't pick up a wicket now, then things are going to get tougher.
Change of angle, goes around the wicket, and Almaz down comfortably to that one. Yeah, it was the loss of wickets really for the Giants. 3 wickets at 39, 46, 49, and then 115, 116, 116. Really hurt them.
Even in the first inning, we saw wickets falling in cluster, 2 or 3 wickets quickly, and that's why the runs didn't flow the way they wanted.
That's out towards Mayers and just bounces short of him. Holds on to it, 2 overs to go. Capitals need 17. Good state at the moment, the Dubai Capitals. 17 off 12. Lost 4 wickets in doing so. 2 set batters at the crease. Captain for the game today, Mohammad Nabi. And Rodman Powell. Last ball of the previous over. Momentarily thought, can I catch it? No, I can't. But, good safe hands in the end from Kyle Mayers.
I think it was the right move, just looking to stop the ball. Didn't go for a catch because he was traveling quickly and he wouldn't have been able to get there. So it's better to save a boundary. He already leaked one. 17 off 12. Can Umar Zai ball an over of 5 or 6 and pick up a wicket and pick up a wicket? Now this one, Myers should have just gone for the catch, because catch can only win this game for them.
Well, it's following him now, isn't it, Kyle Mayers? He's just stopped. He's stopped. You have to make that decision so quickly. The moment you think I'm not going to, it's too late. He starts with the short ball. He's got very good variations, has Umar Zai. Searing Yorker, can he find one of those? Oh, goes pace off. Gurbaz does well.
Risky length. It was in the arc, but luckily the ball kept a touch low. It was a cutter. He just rolled his fingers on the seam. That's why the ball didn't come or stayed a little low. Lucky that he got away with it. Wicket. Where is the wicket? Wicket can only win them a game here.
Ball is for 2. Can he get back or not, Nabi? Oh, yeah, he can. Sean Dixon with this time with a little fumble. He's just not quite gelling in the field at the moment for the Giants. Eyes on the ball. No.
He got really lucky that his back foot was in the line of the ball. Otherwise, that would have gone for another run or maybe 2. So many times we have seen that in a crunch moment, there's been a misfield. In the air, all the way. This is going all the way. This is the match. This is the game. He's such a powerful batter, Raman Powell.
Yeah, I'm afraid I do not get the length. Omazai, we've seen him in the tournament bowl. Brilliant Yorkers. This is just a poor length. It's another cutter, but Rodman Powell's expecting cutters. That's what he's looking for. He's sitting back, waiting for it. We haven't once seen an attempted Yorker. And Rodman Powell taking the game away for the Capitals. Too late now. It turns into a full toss anyway, and they'll take 2.
Yeah, now they're comfortable. They don't have to take any risk. 150 comes on the board. Lost 4 wickets and 11 off the over. Still a delivery left. He can finish this game on this delivery also. But they're sitting comfortable now. Both these batters are set. 43 runs partnership. Easy gig now. But it was a tough period in the middle. They gave it a good fight, the Giants, but not enough runs and poor fielding.
One hit away. He wants to take it on, Rodman Powell. Don't be surprised if he does. No. He was double-minded. End of 19, 151 for 4. One to go, run a ball. Wicket required, one early in the over, perhaps, Mark Adair. How does Mohammad Nabi play it? Does he look for the big one early on? Does he hand it over to Rodman Powell? Do they look at the field and say, there's an easy 2 to deep mid-wicket if I can just dink it in there? No one in front of square on the leg side.
That last dot delivery has given a little sniff to the Giants. Then if they can pick up a wicket first ball or a second ball without getting hit for a boundary, who knows?
Oh no, well, you don't need that. Just got the line all wrong there, Mark Adair.
Disciplines are missing in the field and with the ball in hand. That's way too many freebies, easy runs given away. Wides, 10 wides been bowled. So imagine 156 runs you defending and you bowled 10 wides. That's a lot. One hit away. Got to take a risk. Ball in stumps. That's the only hope you have, that Mohammad Nabi might miss one. You cannot really bowl wide and try to hit in the air or that way. Just try to get him bowled.
4 runs. Outside edge off the bat of Mohammad Nabi, and it races down to the boundary for 4. They're just 1 away now, the Capitals.
Again, the same strategy, looking to bowl wide of the off stump. This time he was looking for a Yorker, but not at stumps. That's way too wide. That's the trouble. And no. That's a poor delivery. Simple as that. They needed 6 of last over. They already got 5. A boundary with the edge. And how quickly this partnership have come. 48 of 31. 1 more run required of 5 deliveries. The 2 experienced batters at the crease.
Swings it away and over the top for 6. Hammered into the leg side. He does it in style, Mohammad Nabi. The Capitals get the win over the Giants. Means the Giants have now lost 4 in a row. Their campaign slowly going downhill for the Capitals, though. It is on the upward trajectory. Back-to-back wins for the Dubai Capitals on the back of a good bowling performance, finished off nicely by 2 experienced campaigners. The Capitals, 2 points.
You snooze, you lose. And I think Giants are just a little snoozing. And what a knock by these two, Nabi and Powell. 54 runs partnership of 32 came at a good time. They needed their 2 experienced batters to go out there and win game for them. And skipper Mohammad Nabi really took charge in his hands, scoring 25 of 14, and also guiding Powell through to win this very, very important game. Tournament is just opening up a little bit. Now we're starting to know which teams are going to slip down and go up.
Plenty of plaudits will go the way of Rodman Powell. He did the job with the bat. It was a very good bowling performance, though, that allowed them to only be chasing that 157 in the end. Got power and experience. He still had Neesham and Willie to come. Got a lot of bases covered, this Capitals outfit. Giants just didn't have what it took today. They were in great positions on a couple of occasions, but lost wickets and clumps. It was the downfall in the end. Siddiqullah and Cox were out relatively early. Shayan Jangir with 48 off 44. Looked to anchor the innings for the most part. Deployed with 22, and then a partnership of 54 between Powell and Nabi getting things done.
Adair were expensive, 3.2 overs, 40 for no wicket. Umar Zai picked up an early wickets, picked up 2 wickets, and he was the one who gave a little hope. The spinners did a decent job, but not enough runs on the board. Extras were 11. That's not good.
Yeah, 11 wides for the bowling unit. Not good enough compared to 3 only when the Capitals were bowling. Might have been a little bit of the difference. Capitals winning by 6 wickets, 156, played 162 for 4. And the Dubai Capitals, yep, courtesy of that net run rate, have gone to second on the table. Played 8, of course, so the one ahead of where my Emirates are as far as games played. And the Desert Vipers still sit well and truly on the top. Race for the top 4 still well and truly alive. Back after a short break with the post-match presentation.
DP World ILT20.
DP World ILT20 action from Abu Dhabi this afternoon. Doubleheader Sunday, of course. We head up the road to Dubai very shortly. Match number 23. It was the Giants who were sent into bat by the Capitals. New skipper for the Capitals today, Mohammad Nabi, was in charge after Dasun Shanaka got back to Sri Lanka for international duties. Omar Azai with 43, Vince 36, Gurbaz 25, and Kyle Mayers with 24. The Fizz was brilliant, 3 for 34. Haider Ali outstanding as well, 2 for 24. The Capitals in response, 162 for 4 with Shahan Jahangir and Rodman Powell, the chief contributors there. Omar Azai had a pretty good day with bat and with ball, but the Capitals winning by 6 wickets. And the winning moment, Mark Adair with the ball slightly short, and the captain of the Capitals, Mohammad Nabi, powering one over backward square. All the way for 6. And the Capitals pick up the 2 points and jump to number 2 on the table. Good partnership with Rodman Powell late in the piece, 54 from 32. And the Vipers still sit way out in front, having lost only one match. The Capitals now in second place alongside My Emirates with 8 points. The Giants on 6, Knight Riders there as well. Time to go sideline. Aruj Mumtaz Khan with the post-match presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation, and one of those that sees Dubai Capitals visiting the Abu Dhabi Stadium win by 6 wickets against the Gulf Giants. Now then, firstly, I'd like to thank all the sponsors on behalf of the DP World ILT20 for this particular season. DP World, 1xBat, Big Ticket, TCL, the Cycle Hub, Exchange On and Crypto Cash. The DP World ILT20 would also like to thank all the government organizations, stadium authorities and all those involved in the smooth conduct of these games. First award in this presentation is the DP World Dispatch of the Day. The winner gets a trophy and a check of USD 1,500, and the award goes to Rovman Powell. A few flew off his bat, but it was this particular one that sailed into the fence. 19 meter 6, 1 of 3. That one comes off Shamsi. Enjoyed that along with the winning moments, and he will get his award from Mr. Ishan Chopra, Head of Partnerships, DP World ILT20. Moving on, can I please now invite James Vince. Gulf Giants see themselves losing 4 on the bounce. More than a few tweaks were required. 1-5-6, you reckon, not enough runs?
Yeah, it's probably a similar pattern to our last couple of games. So we got in a position to get 20 or 30 more than what we have done. And when we lose a wicket, we're losing 2 or 3 in a cluster. So it kind of restricts the batters out there to, have to lower the risk to make sure we're not, getting bowled out or losing more wickets. So, once we lose a wicket, getting the next partnership going, and then, increasing the risk and putting the bowlers under pressure, but we're just not able to do that because they're falling in clusters, which is obviously restricting us to 150 odd when we're in a position to get 170, 180, which I think would have been a very good score on that pitch.
Now, as a captain, what is the assessment? What is it that you look to do forward? Because you win 3 out of 4 and then you lose now 4 on the bounce. Is it a change of personnel, batting orders, or what could be the possible solutions?
There's obviously been a few force changes with injuries and a couple of guys leaving the camp, and I think a couple more changes coming, but it happens in T20 cricket. You don't always go out and perform every single game, but there's just a couple too many of us kind of not contributing at the minute. So we just got to find a bit more and minimise those bad patches in the game. Those 2 bad overs that we're having where we're losing clusters is putting us behind in the whole game. So it's going to ebb and flow, but we've got to make sure when we're on top, we stay on top, and when we do get behind, it's limiting damage and flipping the pressure around onto the opposition.
All right then, Skip, nicely summed up. We wish you all the best for the remaining games.
Thank you.
Go well. James Vince, captain of the Gulf Giants, and can I please invite the new captain for the Dubai Capitals, 1 from 1, Mohammad Nabi. Brilliant with captaincy duties, you take that win, and at the halfway mark, Jimmy Neesham said we all want to get home early, and you guys have done that.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah, it's total teamwork, and at the start they start really well as a batting, but the changing point was that Fees over get 3 wickets in that, and that the momentum shifted to our side. Later on in the batting, the wicket is a little bit softer and it's a little slow turn start as well, and also the ball wasn't come to the bat. Yeah.
Not many times you see Waqar Salam Khail go wicketless, but yourself and Heather Ali, especially in that power play, that wicket of Ramanullah Gurbaz, and then you already mentioned the fizz over. So as a bowling unit, plenty of contributing factors towards the wickets for you guys.
Yeah, it's many options, a lot of options in the bowling group. That's why it depends on situation, which bowler is impacted that situation, then we will use that bowler. Heather bowled really well in the power play. And also the fizz that over totally changed the momentum.
Well, Rovman Powell was fizzing as well towards the back end. You guys have found yourself on the receiving end of a close encounter in that previous game against My Emirates. Different story tonight.
Yeah, it's Ramal played really well in calculate the game, and then he target every single ball, and wasn't that much easy pitch at the end, but he bet really well.
All right, Nabi, win-loss, win-loss. The pattern continues in a double wins column. Sit on second on the table. Congratulations and go well for the next game.
Thank you.
Captain of the Dubai Capitals, Mohammad Nabi. And now then, the last award for tonight is the Player of the Match award, and the winner gets a trophy and a check of USD 1,500. The award goes to Mustafizur Rahman. He was brilliant with the ball, and he will receive the award from Mr. Pritesh Chokadia, Head Treasury, AWL. 3.5 overs, 3 wickets for 34, all in 1 over. ये बताएं कि जब आप बॉलिंग प्लान्स करते हैं, खास करके जो स्लो डिलीवरी करते हैं, वो एक्शन इतना नुमाया है, वो कहाँ से प्लान कर आते हैं?
ওটা আমার ন্যাচারাল, আমি প্রথম থেকে ওইটাই আপনার, আর আমি আমার বিশ্বাস আছে যে আমি ওইটাতেই আমি সাকসেস হব।
And you must be satisfied with the performance. बड़ी अच्छी है खास करके because winning moment के लिए आई.
টিমের প্রয়োজনে আমি আমার বেস্টটা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করি সব সময়.
All right, then brilliant. Go well for the next game. Brilliant watching you. The smile tells a story from the player of the match tonight. I hope you enjoyed that performance.
Thank you.
Mustafizur Rahman with 3 wickets tonight, and Dubai Capitals grab second spot in that table, and that's all we have from the Zayed Cricket Stadium.
Thank you very much, Aruj. And that's the situation there. The Vipers, 14 points, sitting well and truly on top. Capitals have jumped to number 2, the same points as my Emirates, and they've got a game coming up very shortly. And the Gulf Giants sit in that 4th spot at the moment with the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, both teams having played 8 with 6 points. The
Wickets tonight, and Dubai Capitals grab second spot in that table, and that's all we have from the Zayed Cricket Stadium.
Thank you very much, Aruj. And that's the situation there. The Vipers, 14 points, sitting well and truly on top. Capitals have jumped to number 2, the same points as my Emirates, and they've got a game coming up very shortly. And the Gulf Giants sit in that 4th spot at the moment with the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, both teams having played 8 with 6 points. The Warriors, well, they've got a game in hand on everyone bar my Emirates. So this is what's happening up the road very shortly, Dubai International Stadium. The Desert Vipers, table toppers, up against my Emirates in Dubai. Looking forward to that clash. My Emirates looking for another win, maybe just to close that gap a little bit on the Vipers. That's all the action we have from Abu Dhabi. Enjoy the game from the Dubai International Stadium. Good evening.
Well, what a match. It was a last over finish yet again. Match 23. It was the Giants up against the Dubai Capitals. Now, the Giants, they had a bat first. Omazai was fantastic with the bat and the ball today. But it was the Capitals that came through and had a fabulous win here tonight in Abu Dhabi. Hello everyone, welcome to our post-match wrap-up. I have beside me Simon, Dul, and of course Ruji. How are you?
Very well.
And also a special guest, we got Cheyenne Jahangir. What a batting performance from you today. Now you guys have moved up the table now into second spot, so must be feeling good to have 2 wins on the trot now.
Definitely, this win was very important for the morale of the team. The team's been working very hard behind the scenes. There have been a lot of positive talks in the dugout as well, and having a win on board will definitely help with the confidence moving forward.
Ruji, I need to talk about the post-match presentation there. What went on? Give everyone at home that's been watching their little backstory there.
Right. Well, I am multi-talented, right? That's just a fact.
That is fine. Girls are, of course.
What happened was, I was told that Mustafizur Rahman will speak to me in Hindi. Turns out it wasn't Hindi. So he couldn't understand a word of what I said. I couldn't understand a word of he said because he spoke to me in Bengali. And the director's telling me to translate. So I said goodbye to him. He didn't understand and the rest is history. So the listeners know exactly what he said. I had absolutely no idea.
But that's okay. You know what? His talking was with the ball today, and he certainly did that. I mean, he took 3 for 34 today, and he was just a star yet again.
Yeah, the captain made a mention to him, right? That particular over and the wickets that he picked up, Vince and Omarzai both, who got that partnership 66, which actually put them through over there. But it was the slow deliveries. We understood the pace that he needed to bowl at. It is the length, the angle across to the right-hander. Some of the nicks he didn't hear, some of the balls he did not know about, but the ball did the rest, and it was brilliant to watch. And it's also that action that we talk about, that almost like Murli wrist change that he drops that pace down with, that is so deceptive. He's a class act, an all-round performer with the ball.
What's he like to kick to, Shah? Because are you having to get yourself up? Can you see the slow ball coming?
Very tough, and his ball keeps spinning away from me, and especially with the batter, it leaves me blindsided at times. That's why I let one go down for a boundary as well. But still getting those tips and tricks every game, and hopefully I can be better. And
I guess there's not a lot of time for net sessions, so you don't get to face them too much in between games. There's not too many net sessions going on between games either.
We get enough practice, but don't really get to keep because we usually get those cages and stuff, so we don't really get to keep on our fast bowlers, but still learning, understanding on the job as well, and just trying my best.
You enjoying it? Because, I mean, how important is it for yourself and for some of the sort of next tier nations to be involved in tournaments like this and sitting in the dressing rooms with some of these great players?
It's very crucial for the growth of cricket in its own. There's so much talent in associate cricket. We don't really get the exposure, but these kind of tournaments, leagues happening all around the world, very crucial for us. And I'm glad that I'm putting on a show, getting some runs and getting the recognition for USA cricket as well.
Tell us a little bit about your runs, because what's your role? I mean, we've seen you anchor the innings beautifully on a couple of occasions. Today was another one of those occasions. There's a lot of power in and around you, but your style and your approach to batting, what is it?
I'm naturally very attacking, but these tournaments, these crunch games, it's about adapting, and it's about how you approach your innings, what the team requires from you. And today was kind of tricky. We were losing wickets back to back, and I just wanted to anchor a little bit longer, keep be the glue in the middle, and alhamdulillah, I was able to do that. I would have liked to finish the game. I understand opening the batting, finishing games is very important, taking your game to the next level, and hopefully in the next later games I'll try my best to do that.
You've obviously got illustrious company when you're batting with Rovman Powell. I mean, you said you want to finish the game. It's very difficult if he's on strike. You see a few sixes being belted, 90-meter six over there. What is it like that in terms of from a learning opportunity point of view? I mean, you've got 199 already in the tournament. You like this ground particularly as well. You got some runs here, but from a learning opportunity, or what do you make of, especially when you got people like Rovman Powell down the other end?
It's about partnerships. You don't have to do it on your own. It's about letting the other person also take charge, and that's something that I'm learning here. We have so much firepower in our batting and even in the bowling, and that's what we talk about in the dressing room. Doing it together, not a one-man show. It's a team game, and doing it together. That's what we talk about.
I know it was an exceptional innings. and we have to bring it up and we have to talk about it, the 99. You said after the game it would make you a better player. We're going to show you the delivery that got you out. It was a rip-snorting Yorker, I understand that. What were you thinking at the time? How disappointed were you?
To be honest, I wasn't disappointed at all. We got enough runs, and even the guy who was coming behind me was our captain, and I knew that he was going to get those crucial runs, and those crucial runs ultimately got us the win in the end.
Has it made you a better player?
I mean, I'd like to believe it made me a better player, but you never know. We always learn on the job. Cricket is a very tough sport, especially being a batter. Our job is to be consistent, and I try my best to do that, and hopefully this tournament can lead me in the right direction.
Any nightmares reliving that moment?
Not at all. I was very relieved, to be on the park, getting this opportunity, and just being out there is very important for guys like me, showcasing our talent and expressing ourselves. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that DPL ILT20 has given us, and hopefully we can get more.
Absolutely, and it's still the highest run score of the tournament so far, so you should be very proud. Now, I want to talk about today's game. Obviously, it's a day game. You know, a lot of teams have been used to playing of an evening. How much do you have to change the way you attack play during the day?
Again, it's about adaptability. The ball moves completely differently. The whole tempo of the game is completely different in morning, day games. And the team that adapts early comes out victorious in the end. And that's what we spoke about as well as a batting unit, adapting. And I think that was crucial for us.
James Neesham mentioned that some of you have to set your alarms a bit earlier. Are you a night owl or are you a morning person?
I haven't been able to sleep because I'm from America, and my daughter
time zone's
stays
a nightmare.
Wants to speak to me all the time, and every time she watches me on TV, she gets really mad. She says, "Dad, why didn't you say hi to me?" But she doesn't understand.
Here's your chance. Ready?
Yes. Yeah. Hi, Dolly. I love you so much. You're my biggest supporter. I love you.
Oh, so
Brilliant.
sweet.
How old is she?
She's going to be 4 in March.
Fantastic.
So sweet. I want to talk about the back end of the innings for the Dubai Capitals, though. Rovman Powell, Mohammad Nabi, they really finished things off really well.
Well, you've got experience, and I think that's when you look through the best 3 teams in this competition, I think that's where the Dubai Capitals, to me, my Emirates, and obviously the Vipers are. That experience through the middle order, to close games out, the ability to understand and assess situations, that's what the best teams have, batting at 5, 6 and 7. And just that nous and that awareness. And that's what those 2 guys. And Rovman Powell, you know, in the last few years, his batting has come on a lot, I think, and his ability to assess games. He has got immense power, we know that. I mean, he's got guns the size of Africa. He is an enormous human being. He's also quick in the field. I'm surprised, actually. He's one of the best fielders in the world as well, but he's not actually fielding. He's just playing as that pinch-hitting role, that substitute batter. And to me, he's getting the job done. And that's what you want in those crucial situations. And of course, we know about the president. He's been there, done that, Mohammad Nabi, for years upon years. He's a very young 40-year-old.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, Darren Ganga, who's standing behind the camera, everyone, he picked the fizz for the player of the match. But how about Haider Ali? Honestly, what are innings from him today?
Yeah, I'm not happy with Darren at all, actually. I thought he got it wrong completely. I thought it was Haider Ali, the player of the match for mine. But that's okay. You've got to give it to someone, and someone's got to make that choice, Ruji.
Yeah, I think it was brilliant. Firstly, from Nabi to bring Haider Ali, and he brings you that attribute where he can bowl in the power play. And Rahmanullah Gurbaz decided to take him down on the very first delivery, and that was probably the biggest play in that, the length that he bowls at. So we can all have our beef with Darren Ganga later on, but Haider Ali, I think brilliant. Couple of wickets, and not for too many. His spell went for only 24, and again, I asked Mohammad Nabi at the post-match as well. Waqar Salam Khail, highest wicket taker, does not often. It's the first time we've seen him go wicketless. So it's important for that duo of Nabi and Haider Ali to come to the party. Between the 2 of them, went for 24 and 26 and pick up 3 wickets, and that's where the game changed in favour of the Capitals.
Absolutely. Cheyenne, what's he like to keep to?
Very difficult. It's very hard for me to even read. I wonder what's going on in the batter's mind. But we have. I'm very close friends with him. I've kept with him during Major League Cricket as well, so I kind of understand what his game plan is, and I base myself according to that.
He's got, I mean, the ability to slow that one through the air and then really bowl that slider quite. I mean, he drops from 100 to 82. Those are some of the skills that he's got. But his line, I think, is one of his biggest attributes.
Very attacking guy. He's always looking to take wickets, and that's something that's worked for us as well throughout this tournament. He's one of the highest wicket takers of the tournament, and hopefully in the future games as well, he can put on those performances for us.
Do you think having a couple of losses and a couple of wins has sort of stood you in good stead because you've had sort of variety in terms of feeling the losses, feeling the wins, and now you find yourself in number 2 spot at this point in the tournament?
Yes, for sure. More than anything else, it keeps you grounded. Cricket is a very cruel game, like I said. Having those moments, having those highs and lows, as professionals, we have to keep level-headed throughout, and that's what separates a champion mindset to just regular teams. And I think we have done it quite well, and hopefully we can carry forward.
Ruji, what do you think the difference for the Dubai Capitals was today?
Again, for me, that Heather Ali spell, primarily to pin them down for a 1-5-6. Jimmy Neesham at the midway said that hitting good balls through the offside meant that wicket wasn't too bad, so they're definitely under par. And then the Gulf Giants gave them a little bit of a scare where they just got a few early wickets, but they just didn't have enough runs. So for me, the bowling unit had to come good, and there's a few more, like Dooley said earlier, there's a few more players who are stepping up, and they've got enough experience around some of the inexperienced campaigners to pull them through. So I just felt that bowling group, especially that power play over from Heather Ali to get Gurbaz, because he was really going some guns.
Definitely. And Dooley, what about for you?
Yeah, I think the same sort of thing. And with the options that they've got in that lineup, I think you can go to anyone for any set batters. And that's always nice to have at a T20 side as a captain, the ability to go to different types of players. You know, when the Fizz is going well, he's so difficult to get away. And sometimes if they're trying to go after him, wickets will fall at the other end. If Hyder Ali's going well, Nabi's got the ability to slow it up, to pick up wickets. So they've got a lot of bases covered no matter who comes to the crease. And as I said, I think along with my Emirates and the Vipers, they look like the 3 best balanced side. And it's easy to say that with the table looking the way it is, but that was what we talked about right at the start of the tournament. When you look through the squads, they were the 3 teams to me that looked the better balanced sides.
Yeah, Shine, you've got a couple of days off now. You don't play until Wednesday against Sharjah Warriors. What will you be up to during that time?
Just rest and recover, sit with our analyst, understand our game a little bit more, see what the other team is up to, and stay glued to the screen as well, because this tournament, just watching cricket on its own is so amazing, and planning our games according to that as well, and yeah, just come back, rock on, and put on a show.
What about some personal time? Don't you
Yeah,
get out and get a bit?
Be honest, bit of golf.
A little bit more fun than that.
You don't golf?
I don't play golf. Maybe chill at the beach.
So rare.
Yeah, a lot of people.
The sun's out, you go to the beach?
Go to the beach,
we go.
train a little bit, shop around.
Good.
A lot of window shopping.
Isn't it? It's
a
so
lot
good.
of window shopping for me. I didn't get paid a lot of money coming here.
Surely your daughter's like, Dad, bring me home a gift. It's Christmas time, New Year's time. Where's my present? I'd be saying that to my dad. Be
Yeah,
like, come
for
on,
sure.
mate. Where's my present?
Yeah, for sure. Get some goodies for her, and it's also my birthday in a few days. I'm a Christmas baby, so
Happy birthday.
yeah, looking forward to that.
Maybe put another hole in there and get another diamond in, brother. You'll be fine.
I'm trying to get a nose piercing. Not gonna lie.
yes.
No way.
So now we filled up your 2 days. Not the analyst, not the cricket. You go window shopping and you got to go yourself another diamond, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
for sure.
wow, a little bit of nose piercing. Why not? Exactly. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining me, guys. It's been a pleasure having you all beside me. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more analysis after this. Welcome back, everyone. Now, match 24 is happening at Dubai International Stadium right now. The Vipers are taking on My Emirates. My Emirates have decided to bowl first, so make sure you tune in later this evening to see that game. But let's focus on this game, match 23. Joining me is Darren Ganga and Rowan Gavaskar. Boys, what a game. Another last over finish we've just witnessed. And obviously, it was the Capitals that had a win.
Yes, and I predicted right, not to rub salt into the wounds for my good mate here.
I know exactly why you went to the prediction game straight up. She said nothing about the prediction game. She just said that the Capitals won. I have no idea why to bring that up.
Why are you so defensive?
Yeah, why are you so defensive?
I mean, I was really impressed. I was really impressed with the way, firstly, that the Capitals bowled after that early onslaught in the first 3 overs, 39 runs, the introduction of Hyder Ali, and how they pulled things back. That was impressive to look at. But you also felt that that partnership with Vince and Omar Zai had the opportunity to take the game away. When they reflect on that batting effort, once more the trend continued for the Gulf Giants. They weren't able to capitalize on the last 5 overs. They only scored, what, sub 40 in that phase. So maybe another 15, 20 runs would have given them a stronger position. So that is where I felt, you know, they lost the initiative and they really made it easy for the Capitals to secure a win.
I completely agree with that. And I also think they've lost the game, but they've lost big moments in the game. They got off to a really good start. They were 39 without loss after 3 overs. And then Ramanullah played that shot straight in the air. First ball of Hyder Ali got. They were going along really nicely. Then there were certain moments when they were fielding and they were defending. They were still in the game, even though they hadn't posted a big score. Mayers with that misfield at a crucial stage of the game. Suddenly the pressure shifts and becomes easier for Rovman Powell. So look, there were moments in the game, crucial moments in the game, which if they'd seized upon, I think this would have been even tighter. I know this was the last over finish, but I feel if they'd seized upon those little moments in the game, this game would have actually gone down to maybe the last ball or so.
Now the Giants, they had a bat first, and obviously Ramanullah Gurbaz was up the top and he got out quite early. I mean, he's obviously super aggressive in the way that he plays, but, you know, for him it was definitely early on in his innings. Yeah,
he has that high risk, high reward sort of approach to T20 cricket, and he's a match winner because of that quality that he has. He had a good start. Maybe one of the things that he needs to look at is how he manages the ebb and flow in his T20 innings when you get off to such a flyer and on a surface where you know when the ball gets older it becomes much more difficult for boundary scoring. He should have taken a little more responsibility, knowing that Patun Nissanka is not in the 11 and he's been so prolific for their side. I expected more from him. So not to be too hard on him, but I think sometimes when you're within a team, you also have to play according to the resources that you have. There was no need for him to go after Hyder Ali so early in this spell and this introduction.
Yeah, because it was the first ball of Hyder Ali, first ball of a spinner on this pitch. Both the captains at the toss said they felt this wicket was a little tacky. And if the wicket's got a little tacky, it's got a little bit of moisture in it, you know it's going to aid the spinner. Now, what happened in this case was Moeen Ali came out to bat after him. He had the second ball for a 6, second ball. But that was with the turn. So there's a difference over there. Ramanullah Gurbaz going against the turn, I just feel he could have taken a couple of deliveries just to see what's Hyder Ali bowling, what sort of length he's bowling, how good has he been, because he's been excellent in this tournament, Hyder Ali. So maybe just give him a little bit of respect early on.
Yeah, definitely. Now, they were 3 losses on the trot before this game. They had 5 changes going into this game as well. Obviously, some of the Sri Lankan players had to head back home, unfortunately. But, you know, they had the 5 changes and now, look, they've lost another, so they're 4 on the bounce.
Let's not forget, they had 3 wins in the first 4 matches. So I always say, in these sort of tournaments, if you get off to a flyer in terms of wins in this tournament, it's very important to manage your emotions as a team. And I don't think they've done that because they got on a high very early and then they've just fallen off with 4 consecutive losses, and look where they're positioned. They're in 4th position, but they're in a desperate situation given what is to come in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless you're the Desert Vipers, who they've just taken out every game aside from the game, one game that they've lost, but they've definitely got their momentum up and rolling.
And that's a team, when you look at the Brains Trust, you can tell that they're always keeping their egos in check. they have managed resources well. The way they've shared Lockie Ferguson with Sam Curran, the way they've rotated their bowlers, how they've managed their resources. That's a significant part of success and sustainable success in franchise cricket. So maybe that's something that the Gulf Giants can learn from.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Omazai, he was terrific with the bat, but also with the ball. But I think let's start with his batting first, Ro.
Yeah, well, look, again, he's someone who brings that all-round ability into a side. Again, one of those players who will add to most teams that he plays in. His ability to, play the big shots, his ability to rotate strike, understand the need of the game, the situation of the game, get a partnership going. That partnership that he had with Wins, excellent. And at one stage, it looked like they'd get to about 175, 180, the way they were batting. Unfortunately, the Fizz came, picked up 3 wickets in an over, and boom, really put the skids on.
And the other thing is, when he lost James Vince, he fell in that set over. So 2 of their set batters, informed batters, departing really made it tough for the Giants to finish on a high, and that is where they lost the game.
He also had 3 games where he had away from having a bowl, and he was successful today with taking 2, obviously. What do you think that success was really down to today?
Well, I think it's, one, the skill that he has as a bowler. We know that he can seam the ball, he can swing the ball. He's very good with his control. He's got good cricket acumen as well, so he can work out batters, understand their weak points, assess the conditions, and that is what he did for that first wicket of Siddhikula Atal. The other one was a freebie, you can say, because it was a slow ball outside the off-stump, and Cox just not acclimated with the conditions, played a loose shot outside the off-stump, didn't really execute well, but he's got everything going for him as an all-rounder, with bat, with ball. He's grown in stature with this Afghanistan international side, and you're seeing that being demonstrated in franchise cricket across the globe.
I learned a Hindi word for all-rounder, Herfanola. Herfamola. Herfamola.
Yeah, you got it.
That sounds lucky.
You've nailed it. Grace, you've nailed it. Harfan Mola. And we told you how to...
We broke it down.
We broke it down. Harfan Mola.
What is it? What is it? What's that breakdown?
Fun, mole,
Okay, I'm a mole.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was the fun. Ruji was her, fun, mola.
Mole.
We broke it down. Easy.
Mean.
Yeah.
Mean.
Easy.
Love it.
Listen, I have one thing to say, though. I heard Urj talk about the post-match presentation, her not understanding Bengali.
Yeah.
He's a king of Kolkata. He should have been doing the
Where were you?
Hold on.
Why weren't you helping your friend?
I don't think Saurav's going to be happy you called me the king of Kolkata. Yeah. He's Prince. He was Prince of Kolkata.
Prince.
He's now
Prince.
been, he's the king.
Okay, Prince.
Well, look, yeah, I would have been happy to do it. Be there as an interpreter, ask a few questions.
Oh, I love it. Honestly, the banter between you two, honestly, it could just make me laugh all night long. Let's take a look at our lucky winners, however, though, for last night. It is... And now it's time to announce the VZ Smart TV, which is presented by Jawal Dikau in Umpal contest from the previous match. Congratulations to our lucky winners for showing us the amazing Jawal and winning exciting rewards from VZ Smart TV. A smart TV that has all the youth entertainment brands. So don't miss your chance in the next match because it's VZ Smart TV. Jawal Dikau in Umpal. So congratulations once again, all these winners. If you've won, your name is right up there on the screen. Okay, tonight's...
Impressive Hindi, I must say.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying. I've got good
Do you agree?
coaches.
I don't know. Rohan, do you agree?
I thought it was great.
Oh, thanks. That did not
No,
sound
excellent.
convincing
No,
at all.
honestly, I thought you did a really good job.
Oh, thank you. Okay, pat on the back for me. All right, well, thank you so much, boys, for joining me. It's been a pleasure. I head back to Australia, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank
Grace.
you for having me,
Being
everyone.
part of the DP World ILT20 family. We loved having you here.
Aw, thanks.
And safe travels back home.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Oh, I like that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, boys. Alrighty. Thank you so much for all of us here in Abu Dhabi tonight. Thank you for joining us, and we can't wait to show you what's to come in match 24 in Dubai.
Oh.